shocked me. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the April 22nd, 2026 Sisters City Council workshop. We're going to get started. Got a lot of stuff on the agenda today. That's why we started so early, but some really fun, interesting topics. So we will head off on our first topic, Public Art Advisory Board with Carrie Prosser.
All right. Good afternoon, I guess, Council.
Good evening.
Right, not quite yet. So I'm bringing forward today at your call from the August 13th meeting to look into a Public Art Advisory Board. We investigated and kind of built out a resolution to form that board. This is an advisory board to the City Council with staff providing guidance and recommendation on public art initiatives within the City of Sisters. So you all had the draft resolution in your packet, and from my staff report, I'm just going to go through, there's like a 1 through 5 pieces, and happy to take comments and questions at each point, or however you'd like to ask them to move through this process. So, establishment of the board. So the board would consist of 5 appointed members selected by the mayor and approved by the council, which is part of our charter process. Staff would run an application process in alignment with past board recruitments, which includes interviews of qualified applicants by a selection committee. So pretty straightforward as far as the establishment of the board. The next point, probably, which has more conversation to it, is the board composition. So 5 voting members. At least 1 member must represent a local arts or cultural organization. And I just wanted to pull forward that arts and cultural also includes music and includes...
I have that question.
Yeah, includes all forms of art. So just wanted to be open with that. 2 members must be practicing professional artists, designers, architects, or individuals with demonstrated public art experience. Those 2 are a little broader. Reason being is that there's a lot of different ways to look at art and to interpret art, and it would be great to have kind of a broad group on that board. 2 at-large community members, which have an interest in the arts, public spaces, or community development. And then not more than 1 member that may be a non-resident who must live within the sister school district boundary. And then 1 city council representative that serves as the non-voting liaison to the board. So really wanted to get your feedback on those positions, if there was any changes you wanted to make or things that you thought were missing from those pieces.
So just to confirm, all of the first people that you outlined would live in the city limits?
Potentially 1 would not have to.
Except the 1,
yeah.
but the art representatives, et cetera.
It could be any of those people could live outside, correct.
Okay.
Any of that representation could live outside of the city.
Thanks, Carrie.
So, Carrie, this is pretty much how our other committees are set up and formed. Is that not correct?
Correct,
With a potential for an at-large member from outside of but within the school district boundaries.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, some of our committees have more than 1.
Yeah, some of the larger committees have more than, and some, and it depends. And then there's also, just so you know, when we are, maybe not when we start that first board, but as we recruit in future years, there are times when everybody lives within the city because we had qualified folks that lived within the city. There have been a handful of times where we actually had to add more outside the city because nobody was running for those boards. That has not been the case, in the near times, but that can happen as well. So there's a little bit of language in these that allows for some of that transition. I know that some of our boards also, when you look at the criteria, you didn't get enough applicants that filled the criteria, and that there's also a disclaimer in the actual resolution that talks about the ability to fill the positions regardless. So, any other questions on that?
I think just on the music issue of maybe we need a definition of art. Because it didn't say music, and I think sometimes people separate that, or a line in there just saying this it could include certain types of media and others, or just to clarify it.
Yep.
Visual, audio, tactile.
I mean, I would consider like our quilt show people. That's all.
Oh yeah.
All definitely art.
Yeah.
Tactile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And visual.
Yeah, I can work some language in that's
Okay.
broad enough
Yeah.
as well. That doesn't get too narrow.
Yeah, because like I said, I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. work. And then I also, and it's not in this piece, but it is not uncommon, and this would maybe be a board where for specific projects that you were looking at, you might bring in an outside expert to sit in for a couple of meetings to understand the process. And similar to, and I'll use this as an example because he was a great example on our previous process, was Jeff Wester, being both an artist and also a fabricator. Brought a lot of value to what we were doing, and I think if there's a missing piece on those 5 board members, we can always go outside and look for kind of that expert to give expert feedback, as we do with other things as well. All right.
Okay,
Fabulous.
thank you.
In terms,
Sorry, one
go ahead.
question. I couldn't turn on my microphone fast enough. Will this board allow public comment?
So technically by public meeting law, no meetings actually have to allow public comment, but ours all, for the most part, do. And there's, in workshops, technically public comment is not taken. I think the Planning Commission is probably our one board that does take public comment at almost every place. So yes, in general, all of ours take public comments at meetings.
Okay.
So term of office, standard term is 3 years, which is what all of our boards are. And the first group would be staggered. So there'd be a group that came in at, I was looking at today, it's actually either 1.5 years or 2.5 years because of where they're coming in the middle of a year. So we have to determine what that is. And then some people will come in at 3 years, and then that's how we stagger them. So we're not losing full boards all at the same time. And that decision will be made during the application process of the appointment. And we would probably ask those applicants, are you interested in a 2-year term or a 3-year term, and then determine from there. So the duties and responsibilities, it's a little deeper in the resolution, but it serves as an advisory board to the council, and it may recommend public art projects, policies, and procedures, provide input on artist selection, site placement, and art acquisition or dissensions, support community engagement and outreach efforts related to public art, assist in maintaining the public art collection, including inventory management and conservation, identify and promote funding opportunities, including grants and partnerships, and collaborate with other agencies or organizations on art-related initiatives. So a fairly broad scope, and one that has not been determined what will be prioritized for the initial process. So that we would come back to council with at a later date. Any questions on those responsibilities at all?
So the expectation would be that they would review the current public art policy potentially and maybe even make suggestions in changing it or not.
So all that would be part of the prioritization that council would start with and say, we want you to look at it,
Okay.
or we don't, or we want you to do X or Y or Z. And so it really is going to lean back into the council for some of those early prioritization pieces. As boards kind of move forward, they pull a lot of their priorities from council goals. So that changes and shapes the board as it moves forward. So kind of in that way, we would come forward to the council with kind of a list of things to that. Board meetings, I'm proposing the meeting day and time as the 4th Tuesday at 3 p.m., trying to keep the meetings, particularly for staff, in the same week as other meetings so that there's time to do other things outside on those off weeks. So trying to align it with the council schedule to some degree with that. Flexible, this meeting time and date are not in the actual resolution. We may come to find that we need to move it a direction. We may find that people want to meet at 8 in the morning. I'd be fine with that, or later, or whatever that looks like. So that's not completely set in stone, but wanted to get your feedback on that piece, if you were comfortable with that. Also, as somebody here would be a liaison to that board as well.
I think just getting the input from the candidates or the preferred applicants on that would be helpful. Like you said, they might all agree to 8 in the morning. Who knows? Anything we could do to accommodate their schedules would be appreciated.
I like that it sounds like it'd be the day before city council. Yeah. And the thing I like about that is if it's an advisory board and it's bringing us things to us, we might, it's right before our meeting, or it's only 2 weeks before the next meeting most of the time. So I think it's a pretty good idea, at least to start. But obviously I agree that the board itself will probably have the biggest impact about when they want to, they might have they want to say when they're going to have meetings too. So I think that that's fine for now.
And
And we can revisit down the road, obviously.
Would you be the staff liaison to this?
I would be staff, unless Jordan is choosing otherwise, with Monica helping as well, unless Jordan wanted to take it.
That's what I was.
Sounds
Yeah.
like he hasn't thought about it.
$20 later.
Yes. And then just as it's in the resolution, but the board meetings are set up as, in the resolution as quarterly. We know to start that's not how that will be. So speaking to applicants, we would talk through that piece, like quarterly is the minimum. And I believe the Public Works Board is set up like that potentially. I think the Parks is set up as every other, yet they have them sometimes every month and sometimes not. It just is, there will be a point, I think, with this board that the workload will change to, they may do 4 meetings in a row, and then they may not have to meet for a while, kind of a pace. So I just wanted to make sure that was something that was written into the resolution as well. And then, if the council approves the board, we'll return with a list of potential projects for council's review and prioritization. I do have a draft timeline in here, and that can change a bit. Particularly, I think that first board meeting date is, I would say August, September, just depending upon where we landed. But if you decide to move forward, we would do an adoption of a resolution at our next meeting on May 13th. Recruitment would open soon after that and run through probably the first week of June, and then do a week of interviews, and then appointments before the summer recess. So on the July 8th meeting is kind of the run that we're looking at for this. So open to any questions
Head nod.
or a head nod to move forward with that resolution.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I think it's a big step. We've all looked at it and wanted to happen, right? So,
All right. Thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Carrie.
Thank you.
Carrie.
I'm just going to stay for a minute.
Okay.
thorough as always.
All right, up next, we have a discussion around safe parking, and Rick Russell from Redmond is going to present for us. Welcome, Rick.
I wanted to introduce Rick. I think a lot of you have met Rick in different capacities, either touring safe parking with him at the Redmond facilities or at some of our groundbreakings and different things around. So he has graciously decided come to do this presentation. He actually came and spoke with the Partnership on Houselessness and did a presentation as well for that group in January. I believe it was January, February, somewhere in there. It was a little while ago. So this topic has been moving around in our peripheral for probably the last year, maybe a little longer. And it's on the action plan for the Partnership on Houselessness. One of the action plans is to look into safe parking and determine whether you would like to move forward with development code changes to make that possible in Sisters. So that's really tonight, kind of at the end of the presentation, if you have questions, is does the council want to move forward with the development code amendments to put safe parking into that code? And where that goes at the next point, I don't think has been determined yet, but that's kind of that's place. And we did, I know, have been talking about this for a little while, and one of the pieces that we talked about was really educating along the way with safe parking, what it is and what it isn't. And I think with all the counselors having done tours and with Rick coming tonight, this is kind of getting into the middle of that education, so people understand what this is and what it isn't, and hopefully are comfortable with what that looks like. So I'm going to let Rick take over. I will give him the mic.
Hello. I did want to say something to the group. I've had a couple of comments about people not being able to hear us online and sometimes even in the room. So let's just all make sure we can try and speak with a little more authority. What? Yeah. Just speak up so everybody can hear. Thanks.
Well, thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm Rick Russell, and my day job is I'm the Executive Director of Mountain View Community Development, and I know a number of you have been out and toured and seen some of the work we've done. I have a few photos and slides, and I will try to quickly pivot to questions and dialogue. I find that's often more helpful for everyone. Just a disclaimer, I'm not here pitching anything. I'm not proposing anything I'm here to explain the work we've done in a couple of other communities, and I'm glad to share that experience here. although I have a great Amway presentation later if you'd like to hear about that.
Old enough to know what that's all about.
So safe parking is a fairly simple concept. It's working with our on-house communities, and we use a combination of either vehicle spaces or something we refer to as micro shelters, which look like those garden shed site structures. But you create a safe, a legal, sanitary place, and then work with a case manager towards stable housing. And over the last few years, our organization has probably provided shelter for about 300 folks and rehoused. Our rehousing number is about 50%. So we see of those people who come in, when they leave the program, 52% have left to permanent housing, which is a really substantial number when compared to sheltering types. Some basic expectations for participants when they are in a program like this. We ask folks to make 2 commitments. Number 1, will you work with a case manager toward a stable housing goal? And number 2, will you be a good neighbor? And those are pretty basic things like quiet hours and no visitors, no drugs, alcohol, weapons on site. We limit what can be outside of their units, so that the sites are tidy and attractive. Pretty basic commitments that we ask people to live by. And we have a handbook that people, our case managers will walk them through and ask them to sign off on. Just a sense of where this is happening. At least this is with my organization. There are 2 other entities that provide safe parking in Bend, but this is where our organization provides safe parking sites. So we have 4 sites in Bend, 7 in Redmond. I would note there are 3 categories you're going to see there. You're going to see church properties, you're going to see municipal properties, city and county, and you're going to see businesses. And our property owners would say, not only are the participants safer, they would say their property is safer because now they have people there, people who are protective of that space. I've been a pastor for a long time. I used to come in for services on a Sunday morning, and before anyone else got there, I'd have to clean up the beer bottles in the back parking lot and the clothing items and the marijuana paraphernalia and all that. And that stops when you have the presence of people there, that kind of activity. And so our businesses have really appreciated this as well.
And not to jump ahead, okay, yeah, the part of that is probably the buffer as well, the 500 foot.
Yeah, so
Okay, sorry,
that's a great point.
I didn't know it was going to be on the next slide, so.
Yeah. Well, so if you allow me, I'll get there in just a minute. So this city ordinance, so we took from the city of Bend. Redmond adopted it. Redmond later revised it about 2 years later at our request with just a little more flexibility. So you can see the commonalities and differences there. In the city of Bend, they say 6 units is the max at any particular site, whereas in Redmond we moved to 8. And the intent of that is just to keep sites small and quiet, and it's effective. Both require neighbor notification processes. Both allow it in a pretty wide variety of zoning. Redmond did use its downtown overlay district and say we don't want it in our downtown overlay district, as well as I believe C4, which is like if you're in Redmond, it's basically sort of the Fred Meyers out towards Sisters commercial strip as well. When the cities were creating their time, place, and manner ordinances, we requested that there would be no unauthorized camping within 500 feet of a safe parking site. This is a significant incentive for our business community who had folks in cars or RVs, setting up near them, and they didn't know who was there and what was going on. But by saying yes to this on their property, we were able to create an enforcement mechanism for an area around those businesses. And then some other basics to the ordinance. Just a sense of what it costs to set a site up. There's a very big difference between a vehicle site and a micro-shelter site. Vehicle sites are very inexpensive and very portable. We use portable fencing. We use cameras that rely on cell towers to send a signal so our case managers can see, 24 hours a day. They can pull up their laptop or their phone and see what's happening at a site. As well as it's common if we're not using an asphalt parking lot, maybe you have to bring gravel in, something like that. Micro-shelter sites are much more involved because you have to buy the units, which can range depending on a number of factors like heating and cooling. You're going to have electrical. That's going to be a variable to each site. You're still going to have fencing and cameras and probably some miscellaneous expenses as well. So the cost structure to set these sites up is different. But once they're operating, they operate really the same. You're just talking about some facilities oversight and some case management. The major operational cost for a program like this is the case management, more than anything else. Shower and laundry. None of these micro-shelter sites have plumbing. They do have heating and cooling and electricity, and so it's essential to provide a laundry and shower off-site, which we do so at Mountain View Fellowship, a church. I think that is it. I'm always excited to talk about permanent supportive housing, but we'll save that for another time unless you've got questions. That is sort of the next step for a lot of people who are in safe parking, but this would be a good time to turn it over to you. And if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Okay.
Right in, yeah.
The vehicle sites, Rick, is that also people that are living within their cars, or is it reserved for RVs?
It's a great question. We have both. We see many more people in recreational vehicles than cars. We started with just vehicle sites, and after 2 or 3 years, just in the last year, I mean, we're just coming up on 12 months of the micro shelters. That was in response to people living in cars, particularly families. I mean, we were seeing kids sleeping in the backseat of cars, getting up in the morning, and getting on a school bus, and we just thought we have to do something about this. And so that's where we really began to pursue those micro shelters, get folks out of cars. We do have a couple of, we have one business that can only accommodate cars because their parking lot is just not that big. Our experience is that people in cars stay for a very short period of time. 2 days, 2 weeks. It's a very hard existence to live in a car in Central Oregon. And typically they move on. It's just so uncomfortable. They go places and it's hard for us to track. Folks in RVs tend to stay longer. In our program, average length of stay is 4 to 6 months before folks move on.
I have a question on your micro shelters. Just, you say you have electricity, heat and light.
Correct.
Is there a window in those?
Yes, there is.
You need a second form of exit in terms of, I'm thinking fire code now. Looking at the buildings, the slab sides, you need to have a second way out.
They do. This photo doesn't show it very well, but they do. They do all have windows. And then there's
The facilities guy thinks about things like that.
we have 2 stairwells to access to each one of them, and no, I'm joking. We do not have that. No, there's a window, and it's sized for egress. I would have to. This would be, as we dig into the details, there were some slight differences between how we sited the micro shelters between Bend and Redmond, because each of their community development departments were basically trying to figure out, okay, what standard are we using to site these? For example, in Redmond, they felt very strongly about anchoring them to the ground, whereas in Bend, they were not as concerned with that. I'm trying to think of a couple of other differences, but there were some minor points that they worked through on those.
Are you saying that got written into code, or that was just part of the agreement, or?
It wasn't written into the safe parking ordinance. They were using, and this is where I'm telling you more than I know.
That's fine.
This is where the building inspectors came in and said, okay, we can use this code to cite it in this way, and
Okay.
each community interpreted it slightly differently. They would be fantastic to bring in and ask them
Gotcha. Thank you.
how they did that.
You mentioned a percentage of those that have transitioned to permanent housing. Could you elaborate a bit more on the definition of permanent housing? And also, is that typically permanent housing within the same city that they were staying at one of these sites?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the definition of what permanent housing means, I would compare it to transitional housing, right, where it's temporary. It may have 90 days or 2 years or something. Permanent housing means that they have a lease, much like you and I would go get a lease on an apartment or a house or whatever, and as long as they're paying their lease, they can stay there permanently. A lot of those folks are accessing housing vouchers, so we're working very closely with organizations like Thrive and Housing Works. In some cases, we're writing letters of accommodation to landlords to help people get their leases. Permanent housing does, so the definition of permanent housing does include RV parks where you have a lease and you have full hookups.
Okay.
So we have seen a few people exit to RV parks with full hookups. I would say by and large, we try to talk people out of RVs and into permanent structures that just are not designed to live in forever. And you had a second question, and that was, did they stay in their community or did they go
Yeah,
elsewhere?
typically.
I'm going to say typically. We see, we have had a few occasions where, you know, an apartment in Bend opened up and someone said, yes, that's fine. They're retired, they weren't working, they didn't have to commute every day. But by and large, they were staying in their community,
Yeah,
often
I was
because they
wondering if
have a
they're-
job.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If they're working in the community, they probably most likely would like to transition to that.
Yeah.
My understanding is it's very difficult transition from houselessness to permanent housing. That is taking on a significant amount of responsibility. There could be fear of failing, or whatever the person is dealing with, whether it's mental illness or addiction. So when you talk about that number of, what was it, 52%?
Yeah.
Are you going to, that went to permanent housing, do you have any stats or data on how many sustained that permanent housing and was able to stay there beyond 6 months, a year?
Like a recidivism number.
Yes,
We
anything like that?
We don't, only anecdotally, and that's just because we have a limited budget and we don't have the resources to do follow-up. But I would say anecdotally, I would say we've seen maybe 10% of those folks regress, particularly those that go to an RV park. That's why we really don't love that as the next step. But it will meet the state's definition of permanent housing, and you can use a voucher in certain circumstances there.
Okay, thank you.
I think in terms of people getting into housing, we see if you're working with someone who's really chronically unhoused and has been so for years and is complex, high acuity, high degree of mental health concerns, it may be much more of a challenge for them. But by and large, we see people do quite well. And I think people who engage in this form of shelter often have some degree of functioning. 50% of our folks typically have at least one member of the household employed. I mean, these are folks that would be unrecognizable from the rest of the community. They're people you interact with at the grocery store and wouldn't even know. And so there certainly is a high acuity, there's an image of homelessness, and that does exist. But I think it's a smaller percentage than our higher functioning neighbors and fellow citizens.
Rick, can you talk about how people are able to move into your communities? I mean, like, I don't want to say selection process, but
Intake process?
yeah, intake. Do they come through like HMIS? Like, what's the funnel, I guess, that has them show up at your door to say, "Hi, I'm interested."
Yeah, it's a good question. So when we first started, it was primarily through our website and through calling our office. Our first year of operation, our number one referral agency was the Redmond Police Department, who carried our brochures with them. Since then, it's still probably through our website. People can go to the form right now, mvcdoregon.org, and you'll fill out a little form. It'll ping our case managers. They'll follow up usually within 24 hours and schedule an intake interview. For the micro shelters, the funding from the state of Oregon requires that we use coordinated entry for those particular units, and we are likely transitioning even for the vehicle spaces, probably transitioning to coordinated entry for those probably this summer.
Can you explain coordinated entry?
Yeah, it's an enigma wrapped in a riddle. It's the idea is that any service provider, a Bethlehem Inn, a Shepherd's House, a Neighbor Impact, anyone could meet you, Gary, and say, you need help. We're going to gather some information from you. We're going to kind of put you in this portal, and we're going to via this online system, ping some of the resources that might be available for you. And so we can get referrals through that.
You talked about the rules, being a good neighbor, and case management. I hear the term low barrier. I don't always know what that means.
Yes.
Would you say this is low, medium, or high?
That's a very good question. I am going to say it has been medium, and we are moving toward low. I also would say, in my experience, there is not a drastic difference between the functioning of low and high. Low barrier managed well is still orderly and not chaotic. The critical difference here is that the funding we receive moving forward from the state of Oregon will require us to be low. And so one key difference here is...
Can you repeat that? The funding?
The funding moving forward from the state of Oregon will require these shelter spaces to be operated at a low barrier.
Okay, so is this list considered low?
That was my question.
Or this the medium? Because you mentioned you started out
Yes,
medium
yes.
and then went to low, and is that because the
There's
funding?
some nuance here, so I'm going to
Okay,
use
okay.
nuance
I
here.
know,
So,
they're not simple questions.
so if I tell someone you are required to participate in case management in the first 90 days, that is high barrier.
High barrier.
If I say, we've provided the space for you, would you make a commitment to participate in housing-directed case management for the next 90 days? That's low barrier. And so we have to ask, they have to say yes, but the way in which you ask is very critical. And so these other rules, yes, are all consistent with low barrier shelter.
Are these rules in any of the code for Bend and Redmond, or they leave that up to the managers of these sites?
That is a good question. I don't recall offhand. It's
Okay.
been a while since I've looked at those ordinances. I know there's some specifics about nothing that allows open flames.
Yeah, just normal
setbacks.
city limit municipal code might cover some of it.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And your case managers that are not on site, you said they have cameras they can check in.
Yeah.
How does that work in terms of making neighbors feel comfortable
Yeah.
that things are going to get taken care of if something should occur?
Sure. Yes.
Doesn't always, but I mean, that's usually the biggest thing you hear is, well, wait a minute.
Absolutely. And this program can't work if there isn't community support. I mentioned earlier that our businesses, our churches feel like their property is safer when they have people there. I'm really not exaggerating that. These sites, because you're talking about a few units, 2, 3, 4, up to 8. We have a facilities person who checks in at least once a week, but typically probably 2 or 3 times, making sure the garbage got dumped, making sure the porta potties company came by and serviced it. Case managers are scheduling typically a once a week meeting with their client on site or in the office. And through those mechanisms, they just operate quietly. I think it's because the people in the program genuinely appreciate having a place that is safe. They're sort of tired of being someplace where they're worried someone was going to call the police on them or someone's going to steal their generator. And there's a high degree of appreciation for that. So typically what happens if early on in the program we allowed visitors with as long as we knew about them. And we pivoted after probably a year of that to saying just no visitors, period. If you want to visit someone, go off-site, go to a coffee shop, go to a restaurant, go to their house. Because it got really difficult to discern who was on site as a friendly neighbor and who was there maybe as a bad influence. And so we just eliminated that altogether. But often what happens is if someone shows up on the site who is not recognized, it will be one of the participants who will text their case manager and say, hey, there's a blue car out here. We don't recognize who this is. Do you know who it is? And our case manager will pull up on their phone or laptop and go, oh, that's so-and-so's picking them up for work today. It's all okay. the participants actively help manage the site effectively. And Redmond PD, I know for sure, would affirm that there are no increased calls to parts of town that have safe parking sites as before.
Can you talk about how it happens, or an example of when you had to have somebody move out of one of the sites? Just to kind of look at all the aspects of.
If there were violations, you mean?
Yeah, if there was a violation, yep. Good question.
Yeah, so 52% leave for permanent housing. What the other 48%, what are they? Some of those folks do move on of their own accord. Like they have their own plan, their own idea. It's not to permanent housing, but they're just out of here. And then there are, on occasion, folks that we dismiss. I'd say in any given year, it's probably, what is it? This is a 2024 number. We worked with 145 people that year. We exited 37 at our request. So that would be, it's going to be one of these two things, that they were either failing to engage with case management, which even in low barrier, after 90 days, if you don't engage with case management, you can ask someone to move on from that time period. You do have to allow them to stay there for the first 90 days. So someone who just was not engaging, and we're very clear with people when they come into the program, we are about housing-focused case management. So if you want housing, this is it. If you don't, this is not a good fit for you. Rules that are broken. The number one issue, the number one rule is items outside of RVs. And we have a very specific list of what we allow. 1 bike per person, 1 chair per person, 3 propane tanks, 1 cooler. And if any of us lived in an RV, inevitably you would come home with something that doesn't fit inside your RV, and you just, I'll deal with it tomorrow, and it sits out there, and then the next thing you know, there are 2 things. And it's essential to have someone there to say, hey, Joe, I appreciate that you brought home this recliner sitting out of your RV, but that's not what this is for. We need you to get rid of it. And to just be on that, just to maintain that site. If we have people who are repeat offenders over and over and over again, then we're going to, generally our participant handbook spells it out, but it's generally kind of a 3 strikes you're out kind of thing. But we do expect people to abide by these community standards. Typically, if they're doing something that is not in line with these rules, it becomes a risk. It feels unsafe for the other people in that site. It becomes unfair to them. So
What kind of agreements do you have with the property owners, like lease or liability agreements?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you asked. We have a mix of agreements depending on who the property owner is, from I would say a simple 2-page MOU with some of our faith communities to a 17-page lease for one of our county properties. So it really depends on who the property owner is and how precise they want to be. In terms of liability, in this case, our organization has liability insurance that extends to sites where we operate. And so if we are negligent in how we're caring for that person, if our participant is negligent in how they're behaving on that, that falls on us. If the property owner is negligent, that falls on, if they leave a manhole cover open in their parking lot or electrical wires exposed or something like that, that's going to fall on them. But that does get spelled out in the MOUs and the leases, the clarifications. And we'll both create indemnification for one another in the certificate of insurance that we'll provide.
Have you had any issues around that yet?
Oh, I don't think so. We've not had any claims of any kind that required insurance.
And with the code, yeah, I know, yes.
Worst thing that happened is we had a windstorm that blew over some temporary fencing and damaged a participant's car, and we had to pay to fix their car.
Mother Nature.
Yeah.
And then when the agreements or the code changes with the other cities, were they kind of permanent, or did they have like time frames on them? Like, it's like, oh, this is a 5-year, let's try it out kind of situation, or out of curiosity?
Yeah, a combination of both. So the standard ordinances that allowed safe parking did not sunset that I'm aware of. The using the micro shelter units, the Redmond City Council wanted a 1-year review. So it does sunset, and we're actually in front of them, I think, next month to renew that. And I don't anticipate any significant pushback on that. I would note that every time we've opened a new site, we have worked with the property owner to create a 90-day review. And so we would check back in with them. They have the full right to pull out of the agreement. I would note that we have not had any property. We have 11 locations around Bend and Redmond. We have not had any property owner pull out of this program, but they can. I would note on the micro shelter units, because of the cost and expense of putting electrical in those cases, we have more recently asked for a 1-year commitment because we're putting some money in the ground for them on that, and it'd be tough to pull out after 90 days on something like that.
So your organization is paying for basically all this stuff. The property owner is really just giving you use of the corner of a property.
Correct, and at no cost, and all of our MOUs and leases are at no cost to us. But we have the site improvement, any site improvements that we've made has fallen to my organization. Those funds typically are typically state funds flowing through COIC. In a few cases, Pacific Source has provided some funding.
And really, that's been a function of how your organization works. Whereas, I mean, if you had someone with a site that wanted to do some investment, that would be just a different model. I mean, that would be great. So it's not something that any of the cities would get involved with per se as to who's putting the money in. It's more up to it's on your model of how everything functions, but as far as financials, things like that are up to the partners. Yeah,
that's right. I think in the city of Redmond, we first started this program with $50,000 of ARPA funding 4.5 years ago or so. That was it. That was a one-time investment from the city to kind of get it going. In the city of Bend, they had some remaining ARPA dollars that they used to contract to expand services there. And now as ARPA funds, that cliff hits at the end of this calendar year, we're actually talking with them now about what do we do moving forward. But funding is a whole other conversation, and I recognize today you're just talking about code. Is it even a good idea to allow it? But when we get to the funding conversation, I'm glad to talk about what funding pots are available and what funding pots are not available anymore. It's a changing scene right now.
What are the reporting requirements for all that?
For the funding?
Yeah, how much time do you spend on just documenting reports and submitting them and data?
I was having such a nice time, and then you brought a soul-sucking question like reports and data. No, we do. It's critical, and funding requires that we report via HMIS, so we have to input every client that we're serving. That data load is significant. We have our own internal case management software that we internally require, so we have case management notes on everyone. All of those grants have one form of reporting or another, and so we've spread that across a couple of different FTEs. So my organization has about 12 FTEs, and those reporting pieces are spread across about 3 different people. If you're going to scale it up for our first employee was a half-time case manager. That's how we started. And you just figure it out. Like any small business, and I know there's small business experience at this table, you just figure it out when you're getting going.
So all the case managers are in-house?
Yes. And we work closely with, sometimes people will have an existing relationship with an organization like Thrive, or they may have a county behavioral health specialist. But yes, we try to stick to a 20-to-1 ratio, 20 households to 1 case manager. Best practice is going to be 15 to 25, and you flex with it.
Have you had any discussions or success trying to talk to anybody that you haven't worked with before, such as possibly federal landowners or anything like that. Is there any discussion about that? Because there's a few stories across the United States of it happening, but not often. And they have the most land. So
Yeah.
it'd be great to break into that as well, because we have, local partners that we use a lot and we're working with for our current situation. And it would be really awesome to break some new ground in that area.
So it would be great. So the code, so the City of Bend Code, the City of Redmond Code allow us to operate within the city. The Deschutes County also has a code that allows us to operate within 1 mile of the UGB of Bend and Redmond, and I can't recall if Sisters is included in that list or not. So I mean, we wouldn't have any authority to just set up shop on federal land that isn't in one of those.
It's really not even part of today's discussion, so I apologize for adding a wrinkle there, but I thought since you're in front of me, I thought I'd ask. So.
But another example is ODOT. We tried to pursue an ODOT property that was inside the city limits of both, actually in 2 different places, both Bend and Redmond, and we're ultimately unsuccessful in that.
What you're saying is that your team has just gone knocking on every door to see the possibility. I mean, really, you're looking at all kinds of different options. It
Yes.
really becomes up to people who are willing to partner.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does take some initiative. Whoever's going to lead this has to be out there recruiting the site, and there's real work around that. Neighbor notification processes. I've heard a lot of discussion around, well, it really would be most ideal in church parking lots, or it'd be most ideal in, we're beyond ideal. Like if there's property and it's flat, it works. And we're just not uptight about what type of property it is. We operate in areas that are residential. We operate in areas that are industrial. It works in each of those locations.
It seems like it'd be best to be in an urban area. We have, roads and power and things like that, right? I think, just to your point, it's definitely interesting, but you lose all of that. That's the value of being in an urban area and easier to keep an eye on. I would imagine infrastructure is important.
There's best, and we love best, and then there's just getting it done. And we found we just have to get it done. We're often looking at, one of our City of Redmond locations is a right-of-way that would be a road eventually. That doesn't have any electricity, but it works. The folks there have to use generators, and we try to help them with quiet generators. We have a piece of county-owned property that was excess property the county was going to sell off at auction, and we asked them to hold off. And it's in it's at kind of the edge of the residential area. Some of these sites, I would say, are not ideal, but they get the job done.
So I'm looking at your images, getting an RV set up there. How are you handling wastewater?
Oh, yes, that's a good question. We find that people who are living out of their RVs do not use RVs the way that most of us use them when we go camping. So they're not filling up their black water tank every 3 days or 7 days.
You got a Santa can out there.
Yep, you got a porta potty, and then they're often coming in to use shower and laundry elsewhere. So we ask that they need to be responsible for their wastewater, and in the case management relationship, we want to know what the plan is. Are you moving your RV to a dump station and dumping it yourself, or do you want the phone number for the porta potty company who's going to come by and service that station anyway, and you will pay them $75 to empty your tank?
And what are you finding is the choice typically?
Having them come to me, because people are often sort of setting up, especially our families with kids, like they're going to work. They don't want to haul it over to the fairgrounds and find the dump station, and
Which is not terribly convenient.
So, sorry. So Jordan, are we heading toward are we open to? I want to make sure I understand what our possible end goal is tonight. Besides, I'm a year into sold, Okay, so, and one of our goals is to look at whether or not we want to put code together. So is this the point where we need to have a discussion about whether we're giving a head nod to look at the code to community development, or what's the next step? And I'm saying that, and I'll just say this out loud, I'm ready to go, let's do it. And I'm afraid that if we don't have the discussion and move it forward now, we have so many things on our plate, it's just not going to happen. And putting code in place does not make this happen. It allows for conversations to happen between people who would become providers and people who would become locations. And then us working with them to make sure it's all done in a way that we see fit. And so nothing's going to happen if we don't give a head nod at some point. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure I said it out loud today.
And I think for the purposes of tonight, this is informational, right, to learn more about safe parking. That is an idea that has come up frequently in our community conversations and with the partnership group. There is that council goal to explore and consider the actions that are identified as city actions in the action plan. And so I think the next steps is we would brief you on the homeless partnership action plan. I think we initially had a kind of a placeholder on the future schedule for that, where we can get more direction on, okay, here are the things that the community came up in our action plan. These are the items that we would need to pursue as a city to implement this action plan. That includes exploring safe parking. Do you want us to proceed then to the next steps to start drafting code, looking at other examples, and kind of continue to move that forward? So I guess to answer your question, not tonight, we're not looking like, yes, bring back code right now, but we'll be coming back with, more about what are those actions in the action plan, and do you want to move forward with them?
Okay. Well, my notice to council is that I'm getting antsy, so.
Well, here's the thing, you might not be looking for direction, but there may be 4 or 5 of us, I don't know, that might say, yeah, we're ready to go now, so let's get the conversation going,
And that's fine too. We love
No, I
getting direction.
mean, we don't, all I'm saying is we don't have to wait for his prompt. I mean, we're council, we can say, hey, let's start. And if we have 3 or 4 people, I think we can,
Yeah.
I think we are more than within our purview to do that. I want to say one thing is I've talked to maybe 2 business owners that are interested in having safe parking in their own parking lot, so they have employees have a place to live in town instead of living either in the forest or in another commuting in. And that's not even really an angle that's talked about a whole lot, but it's really interesting, and to me, it's kind of sisters-ish, where you have businesses that are so in tune with their employees, and they know that they don't have stable housing, that they're willing to give up a parking spot or 2 within their own parking lot, so they can be real close to work and have a good job and not have to go very far, and they can kind of look out for them, So I just wanted to say that out loud. It's not just about housing people. Sometimes it's about just looking after people close by that you know. And businesses are really good at that. We all make, have good relationships, or I hope people have good relationships where they work. And I think that happens here in Sisters a lot.
A question I have looking, again, this is all logistics in the back of my mind, is, as I understand it, and the ones I've seen typically with the RV-type parking is fenced to kind of denote that this is something that we're doing. So we don't attract somebody else coming through, pulling a trailer, and say, oh, I can spend the night right there. Would that be the case? I think that would be the things we'd have to talk about when we look at businesses and stuff like that. I think you'd want to have some kind of a delineation that this is actually something that we're doing as a community, as opposed to free parking for the folk festival.
Oh, yeah, there's, I absolutely. And
That's something that, as we think about how we do this,
Yeah.
I would like to see the physical barriers, not because I'm worried about them, but because I'm worried about who else might be popping around.
This is a good point, and as I'm on the operator side, I would say as you're looking at code, I would keep it flexible, because So for example, in this parking lot you're seeing here, this is fuel safe, an industrial area, and they've got an employee parking lot there. The fencing is really helpful. Everybody likes it. People inside it, people outside it. It delineates, as you mentioned. I'm going to show you this picture of on the left where you've got the RV and then you've got the 4 micro shelters there. This is the back of the Presbyterian Church, where a fence really isn't required. They've already got their own fence and neighbors quite a ways away. So if you can, I'll leave the code to you, but if you can leave it flexible depending on the context, I think that's helpful.
And I can see a window.
I would note there, if you'll note, I'm going to use my mouse here. Okay. What, does my mouse work? No.
Yeah,
The unit's on the right. You'll see the window on the unit, but on the fence, you'll see the sign.
Yep.
Do you notice that? So that sign is required in the Bend code, and it has to list who the operator is, who the property owner is, and a phone number that someone could call. And as well as says, this is a safe parking site. This is who it's for. We have had on occasion somebody, usually what happens is some well-meaning gas station attendant or whomever says, oh yeah, you got an RV, that place over there, you can park there. We have found the best deterrent on that is someone at the site usually pings us, or first thing, Monday morning or Wednesday morning, whatever, one of our employees is going to be out there knocking on that door. I've knocked on plenty of RVs and said, hey, this is actually a safe parking site. How can we help you? This is not really for you. That's where your operations, I think, really solve that problem in conjunction with
just was curious,
delineation.
I could see where here you wouldn't need to have much delineation because it's already delineated, but those places that I've seen in other cities and towns that are within sort of like say industrial or big parking lots,
Yeah.
it's generally an area that's somewhat screened off with fencing, just to kind of delineate this is a separate use.
Yes. And I would note that our participants often really prefer it because they are worried about their generator walking off in the middle of the night, things like that. And that little bit of fencing, even though we don't close it at night, it just says this is not your turf.
So Jordan, have you talked to anybody in
Make good neighbors.
Redmond or Bend? And just curious of what a workload lift this might be for our staff
To
wanted to do some changes to the code.
just to create the code.
Yeah.
I haven't. I mean, I think we have a couple models. So, I mean, I don't think it would be as heavy of a lift as annexation code goes. But I think having some examples and an operator too that has been able to share their experience on what works, what doesn't. There is probably some work that you would want to do with the community. There is modifications you can make to those policies, right? Those rules. I'm sure in a town like Sisters, there's probably some input we would probably want to get and think about how we want to get that in crafting that policy. Development code or municipal code?
I could tell you, but I'd be making it up. I don't recall.
But whether you run it through the planning commission too, right? It is a type of land use on a property.
And for the provider, then we would probably have to do like an RFP. I mean, are we babysitting it as a city, or is it like every property owner gets?
I don't think so. I don't think so. You enable the conditions to allow this to happen within the rules that you're setting out. What zones, what type of property, and if they comply with that, they're permitted to have that use.
I would note that both cities require a permit issued by the city for a new site that staff can approve. And that's a critical step. It's also a critical step of accountability because the city then has a mechanism. At any point, if chaos erupts, the city can say, that permit is all done.
Yeah.
Never had to use it, but it allows a mechanism for the city to have input.
I would recommend something like that here
Yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, in no way would I be looking for, or and it's not like it's how it's done today, but for the city to have any involvement in the actual running of it or financing of it, unless it was through, something else, like a
Or grant.
yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, indirectly, property taxes are paying for it because we are having staff work on the code, for example, right? So there is some indirect cost to the city. I I kept thinking about this and was thinking, what comes first, the code or a provider? And kind of hearing we said two businesses that were interested. I would not want to invest the time and staff resources unless I knew there was going to be a provider. And we'll just use the example in Redmond right now, 36,
Yep.
campground created and it's empty right now. They can't find anybody to manage that.
I'm
For-
sorry, what are you talking about? I don't know what you
So
should.
on county land out towards Redmond,
We've got a big campground out there that's vacant because they can't find a site manager.
Oh, okay.
The managed
a
campus.
managed
managed
campground,
camp.
yeah, 36 sites that they were hoping, to help alleviate some of the camping out on the county property and so forth. And that they put out an RFP to get management, hopefully. But there were also some restrictions that they had, the amount of money and the fact that the RFP required them to have certain amount of liability insurance and things like that. So
But that was being run by the city or by the county?
the county ran the RFP process and so,
Okay.
because
So
of their
they were
property.
going to pay for it.
And they were going to outsource, yeah, through, I believe it's grant money and maybe Russ.
It was,
Rick knows.
they were county ARPA dollars that they
ARPA
sort of put into the system and freed up general fund dollars.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have an interest in hearing from potential, yeah, because I don't want to create some, spend that time and then nobody comes forward and
Well,
says, I
I
want it.
appreciate you saying it because I was going to now I don't have to.
But we have a provider here. So what do you think about the prospects of finding providers for safe parking in Sisters, including yourself, but not necessarily excluding others? Do you think that there would be an interest in that?
I think homegrown is always the best, and so we'd have to look at what those options are. I think the more challenging discussion is funding. Funding it's a very dynamic scene right now as federal government pulls back, state budgets are pulling back, and so the reason, as the managed camp as an example, the reason there aren't more people biting at that RFP is because the funding is just viewed as not adequate, and so that funding is the key piece here. However,
Can I have
I'm sorry, yes.
funding question? I'm sorry. Just say, the RV site, $8,500. A lot of these seem to be like one-time fees. I mean, some of them, I'm sure,
The
camera
setup
and
costs,
web and stuff like that. But I was just curious of, the breakdown of what's a one-time fee and a continuing cost.
Yeah, so one-time fee for setup costs there, your porta potty and garbage service, $200 a month, it's very inexpensive. It's the personnel to manage it, and that's going to depend on the scale of how big you're operating, right? So 1 to 20 case management ratio, we started with 1 half-time employee. Now it's more than that, but it just depends on how much you want to get done.
And those,
Uh,
just to clarify though, those funds are not coming from the city. Those are raised by the nonprofit that runs the organization.
Correct, yeah.
I mean,
typically
there's
through
an,
seeking grants
the
through.
city may grant money, but
Yeah.
that's not the model.
Correct. And let me give you a more precise number. About $1,400, $1,400 to $1,500 per month per space is what, if we average out what we're doing. Again, there are some economies of scale to this, so don't hold me exactly to that if you open up 3 spaces somewhere. The majority of that cost is the personnel. It's the case management. But I would argue that the case management is what creates it, is what helps people move along and it not become an end destination for people.
Thank you. I just wanted to know in case there was a business or a church or something that said, well, we'll take on the financial side of it. If they wanted to lean in, I just wanted to know what that might be, what might look like for them.
Are you aware of any, this is one of our favorite questions, smaller communities in Oregon that allow safe parking and actually have an operator doing it? I mean, I can imagine we have Eugene, obviously Ben and Redmond, but is there any?
Paul does a lot. Eugene.
Yeah, but safe parking in smaller communities that have been successful in finding an operator. Thinking of maybe churches or something.
I'm not sure, but it'd be worth looking in Polk County. I know that there's some micro shelter sites that were created there. from an organization based out of Salem, but as you know, they were expanding to smaller outlying communities. I don't know if there was vehicle space there, but I believe there were micro shelter spaces there.
Yeah, just thinking of that concern about, if we provide the conditions, is the provider first or the code first? But there may be models out there where the code was put into place and there were providers, whether they were local or, were able to kind of expand their operations to a new territory.
I would say, I'm going to speak for providers here. This is a chicken or the egg conversation. I'm sure any provider would say, well, we would love to have the code in place because we don't want to go through all the work of doing the fundraising and creating the plan and then only to find out that the community support is not there in the way we anticipated. So I would imagine everybody's going to have the sense of the other should go first on this.
Just one question on case management. The number's not unreasonable, it's kind of what I expected. So the folks that are your case managers, they have a degree or a background in working with individuals that are struggling, having problems? Are they
Absolutely.
Are they counselors in alcoholism and drug abuse, or are they counselors in, what type of a background do these folks have to give some sense of what you may have to hire in order to get somebody in? Are we talking to somebody with an advanced degree, somebody with a,
Yeah, PhDs only for this type of work.
That's what I thought. I'm married to one. That's
Would she like to apply? We found the best training, and we now require, is one of the traditional health worker certifications, which are either a 40 or 80-hour training, typically offered by COIC, either as a peer support specialist or a community health worker. And you know what those mean, and they're not difficult to attain, but they're very practical, and usually are people with lived experience.
about concern was how difficult it is to find the case managers, and it sounds like you find the right person, getting them through the process is not an undoable event.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Not a PhD.
Okay, we're kind of bumping up on our time allotted for this conversation, though it's been really fascinating, I think. Does anybody have any other questions for Rick?
I can't wait to hear about SDCs.
I know. We just want to talk about SEC so bad.
Well, don't let me hold you back.
Yeah. So, okay, so then it's, next steps. What would you like from us ultimately? I mean, I think, is there in general an interest in learning more or getting some feedback on staff time maybe, or doing?
Yeah, that. And I also think that hearing from the homeless group that we already have and, seeing what they think as well. I mean, I think we can definitely say, yeah, we're interested, and send it to them a little bit saying, hey, we're interested. What are you hearing or whatever? Because that's a bunch of providers that we don't talk to every day. You do more than.
Which group, the partnership group?
Yeah. And just say, they're coming up with action items, and do their action items align with what we're thinking? And that'd be great to hear if they do.
Yeah, and what obstacles they might see that we need to consider.
Sure. I mean, they're already doing a lot of the work and, early work for sure. And so I'd love to hear what they say. I don't know if we have to slow down or speed up for them or anything like that, but.
So I'll just tell you what I know. So the partnership put together a list of action items, and there are some that have city by them, which are kind of put out there for the city to consider.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like, hey, city, you got to go do this. It's just these are the ones that would fall into the city realm. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the topics.
Okay.
So is that a fair?
Yeah, and I mean, it maybe, if I'm hearing you correctly, using them as a sounding board, or maybe running by hey, here's some code language we're thinking about that we might bring to council.
Well,
what do you think of this?
Not only that, but if we're going to engage the public, I don't know if it's, if there's more to be done through us, or if that group can do a city hall or something, so we're not doing it by ourselves. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. So
I like what you're thinking. I think that while the things in the background to make this occur probably fall upon us, I would want to know that there is strong buy-in from the group that meets regularly on this issue, that this is something that we should be moving forward with and doing, so that we're not kind of creating a little peninsula. I don't think we are, but we don't sit in those meetings, we don't hear the conversations, so we're flying blind.
You.
And so I think that certainly they're a sounding board.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, Rick was there a couple months ago, had a similar, you know, in-depth conversation, lots of questions, lots of dialogue, lots of support, right? Continuing support for this idea. So, you know, in that sense, it's been vetted at that level. It'd be more of the details to run through them. And then would the partnership take on some of that outreach, maybe in conjunction with other actions that, you know, we're lining up? And maybe, I mean, we've started having conversations about another kind of community event. You know, maybe that becomes part of that, right? You know, we're getting closer to having something. What does the community think about that?
And
And
Rick,
like, I was going to say, I would just like to know, you know, it doesn't have to be a hard list, but of, you know, how many people are, you know, seriously, landowners, land managers, like, seriously interested, you know?
Yeah, I think when we get the,
Chicken egg thing, you know?
yeah, when we get the word out that, hey, we're talking about this now, I think people will start popping up in both support and against, obviously, sometimes, but I think mostly in support. I look at this as a very important issue that we're kind of not addressing, which is the first step of transitioning into housing. This is the smallest little step, and we don't have that. And I think we need to look at it really hard and consider it, because sometimes we have to make our own energy. You know, we kind of have to whip it up a little bit, because otherwise nothing happens.
yeah, I would say that the partnership has put it on the platform for the city to decide. And as Rick said, it's kind of a chicken and egg between whether we go first or the partners go first. So in my personal kind of summary of this conversation, we just have to decide if we want to go first or not. I mean, that's kind of where we're at.
I wanted to just add something. I went back and looked at our materials from our conversations on homelessness that we had, or really good events, a lot of participation. And I was reminded of this poll that was taken in September 2024, where 3 groups of 2 went out into our sisters country, forest area, surrounding area, and they spoke with 33 individuals living out there. Regarding safe parking, 52% responded yes, they would be interested in a safe parking program that provided light case management and required some rules. So 52%. So we're all talking about writing code, we're talking about providers, but what about the people that are living out here in this forest? What is their interest? Would they be even taking advantage of that or not? We are a very small city, and I don't always feel that solutions for larger cities like Redmond and Bend mean they will be a good solution for us. We might have to have a different take on that solution for a larger city. So when I hear this, I'm kind of like, well, that's not a very resounding response of yes, we'll use safe parking to me, especially if they're hoping it's light case management, because that to me defeats the whole purpose, right? This case management that Rick is sharing with us is the goal is to get you into more permanent housing. I'm not convinced with this data that people living in our surrounding areas want that goal.
I agree, but I will also say that they can't get that goal without the code. So-
I'm feeling a little stuck here because, I mean, I feel like I'm the only one that sits in the meetings with the partnership. I mean, Jordan and Carrie are there, but they can't speak with an opinion, and I don't mean that. It's just that that's not their job. And so I do sit in with the Deschutes County Behavioral Health and with the leaders of CORE, SCLI, the Forest Service, the Sheriff's Office, pretty much all our big partners, fire, and, I ask those questions. I'm like, do you have people that you think would use this? And I get the answer, yes. It is not going to be the number of people you see in Redmond and Bend. So if we think it's worth doing for 4 people, are we going
That
to?
would be like a
but-
sister scale.
Yeah, like, are we going to make any movements and do anything? And if we're not, I mean, it's okay to say that. I'm not being defensive. I just think we have to ask ourselves, are we going to scale any of the ideas for helping our population that lives in the woods move along? I mean, we have to decide that. And if the answer is no, well, the answer is no, but I do see it scaled down. And maybe if we've got, I have a really hard time with numbers. The pit count that we get every year, point in time count. I mean, it's like, okay, well, how many have moved on and how many are still there? But there are people who stick around and, is it worth helping 4 people at a time, 2 people at a time? I actually see the first one being 2 people or 2 families, sitting in the parking lot, and CORE might be willing to take that on at some point.
And are they from Sisters area, or would this be open to
Oh,
people from Bend and Redmond to come over and utilize?
so Deschutes County Behavioral Health works in our forest 2 days a week, and they case manage,
Pay for that.
the county pays
Well,
for.
we pay the county for that part-time position.
No.
We had our ARPA funds, I think, initially went to.
Yeah, no, I think,
Oh, that
I
stopped?
think those are not, we do
Okay.
not pay for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
If I could
So-
just kind of listen to what's going back and forth, I think that, based on what you've just said, I think, again, I think we're talking 2 to 4 families or individuals. We may have some folks with kids in school that would rather be in town than out in the woods. We may not. We may have some people who work that would like to be close to where they work, kind of like what you've mentioned. I think, though, my comfort level is small for a start. Rather than trying to do too much and falling on our face, I'd rather do something. I don't want to use the word pilot program because it doesn't need to be piloted, but something that's very scalable, but starts off at a reasonable level, like you say, 2, maybe 4, I don't know. And I think with these programs, that as it moves forward, some of those folks that don't want to have, they want a minimal supervision, or whatever the term was that they used, realize it's not that. They talk to their friends or their neighbors who've been there, and they say, it's really kind of pretty good, and you start to see a little more interest. Are we ever going to, I don't want to be on the scale. We haven't got the places to be on the scale of a Redmond or a Bend, but we do have the places to be on the scale for some of the folks that are in the forest. And I think that initially we would be looking at Sisters residents, I don't think we would be advertising it far and wide, trying to bring people in from China Hat or La Pine or somewhere like that. We're really talking about people that are pretty well established here in the woods and have a reason to be established, probably because this is where they want to be.
I believe you could set a preference, so you could, from a code perspective, I'll defer to Jordan, but I think there's a way to say to whichever provider, clearly we are prioritizing sisters, neighbors, however you want to define that, and I think that's very reasonable to have that expectation.
Yeah,
Also, I would-
people employed in Sisters that currently are working here, and
or seniors, I mean, but yeah, people who have a tie to the community, in my mind.
I'm going to be a little time hog here. SDC discussions
Yeah.
are difficult and thick. I think we know where we're at on this. We could talk about it all night because it's
Yeah.
interesting to me too.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think in
So-
fairness to the staff that's here and to the SDC discussion, we need to move forward.
Yeah, I was going to say next steps, we'll come back in another workshop with the community action plan. I mean, the council goal is to consider implementation of city responsible actions in the plan. So there's a I can tell there's more to discuss here, and we'll try to frame something up and continue to work with the partnership on that too.
And this is one of the actions. There's
There's
whole-
other housing
whole list.
actions especially, and maybe this is, with a subcommittee on housing can kind of work and help with us on
Well, the
this. but-
26, 27 goal is that safe parking was in the 25, 26 goals.
It was a very similar goal, but yeah. Thank
Okay.
you, Rick.
Thank you. I'm glad to
Thanks,
have
Rick.
joined you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
appreciate your info.
Thank you, Rick.
See, we'd keep you another hour if we did.
Yeah.
Okay. All
I
right,
didn't hear a
thank you.
Yes.
All right, next up on our agenda is our transportation system development charge update. Paul Bertagna.
You guys good?
Yeah.
No, we're great.
We'll make this as abbreviated as possible, which is impossible, so.
It's a lot of numbers, man.
I've been through this before.
And I guess we're maturing because that number gets bigger every time we do it, right?
Well, that's the good and the bad of it, right?
It is, it is.
It's
Inflation.
both good and bad.
Yep, kind of leaving Mayberry behind, but anyway, we have a transportation system to think about, and tonight we want to present to you a draft SDC update. Last one was done in 2019, of which Steve Donovan was a part of that 2019 update. We went in with our engineering crew, Joe Bestman, Eric Huffman, and updated the project list. That was kind of the biggest part of the whole equation, was taking off projects that we had completed, like Locust Roundabout, Barclay Phase 1, other multi-use path projects. So kind of reprioritized. We pulled that project list from the 2021 TSP because you have to. You have to use that capital improvement list that you guys approved back in 2021. And then worked through the project list, updated project costs, which are significantly higher than 2021, and came up with essentially half the equation, which is, what the number of trips that we're expecting to grow will divide into, which is, that $31 million worth of projects, of which about 17 million are SCC eligible. So that number is very specific and very important. So,
And the 31 million, that was used kind of today's dollars.
correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, using the same methodology, we're using that peak PM trip methodology. Kind of the one big thing that we saw, or we will see with this update, is we've always in the past just approved a one peak PM trip that included a single family residential. So the last ITE manual, the engineering trip generation manual, had a single family residential as one peak PM trip. Now it's 0.93. So we're going to end up with two numbers there. A little bit different. Master fee schedule will look different. Your updates every year to that fee schedule. So with that, we sent notice to COBA, which is required. That was a 90-day notice, so we sent that back in mid-February. I heard back from Garrett at that time, about 5 minutes after I sent it. He said he would share it with his membership, which is the building community, and we haven't heard a word since. So I don't know if they're waiting to hear this discussion to send a letter. We typically see a letter from them asking for certain things like don't raise SCCs, or to potentially, do some type of phasing implementation. So I think we can still expect to see that between now and when you will look at approving this in June. I assume that they're just listening to the conversation. We took it to the Public Works Advisory Board. They had some kind of hot points that they wanted to share with you all and have you guys to discuss and consider. That's on the second page of my staff report, and we can talk about that after presentations. So with that, I will turn it over to Steve Donovan with Donovan Enterprises and Joe Bestman with Translite Consulting and our city engineer, Eric Huffman. And they can run through a quick PowerPoint and you guys can fire away questions at them. So Steve, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you again. You folks are all familiar with SDC, so this is very helpful for us as staff. Monica, if I can share my screen, I'm gonna present a brief presentation and then we'll get into the policy issues. So here we go, and I will be brief as possible. I know you're working on a half hour about left till you got to cut this off. So first of all, we'll talk about the history and background. I think Paul did a nice thumbnail of what was going on between 19 and today. The policy issues, you guys are pros on this. I don't need to tell you anything new. I mean, Gary, you worked diligently on the parks piece, and that was full of policy issues on SDCs. We will talk about the costs because that is really the driver of what we're going to present tonight. We'll talk about the specifics of the analysis, and then we'll talk about the forecast of the number and what that number is relative to the other communities in Central Oregon. So from left to right, we're reading the history. As Paul pointed out, the current methodology was adopted in 2019. Most of you folks, I think, were involved at that time, so that's really helpful. The population back then was about 2,600. And the capital improvement plan in the transportation system plan at that time was 16.4 million. Fast forward to today, as Paul pointed out, a number of projects of that original 19 plan have been built and removed from the plan, but there are a number of projects remaining. Population now is about 3,900, and now the 20-year capital improvement plan that has been updated by your consultants and staff is now 31.5 million. It's effectively doubled with less projects on it. And this is just endemic of what we're seeing in terms of infrastructure costs across the nation. And then finally, the right box is the SDC methodology. We are not proposing to make any changes to your current methodology. It's an improvements approach. We look at each project and we study how much of that project cost should be assigned to growth and how much should be assigned to existing users. And we measure our units of demand in PM peak hour vehicle trips. Nothing new. This slide is something redundant for you folks. You all know this, who pays SDCs, how you use SDCs. And then the last button down there on the bottom is the policy struggle that we always have is SDCs have a clear impact on how development occurs, and you have to strike a balance between growth paying for growth and your ability to attract smart development and living wage jobs. And I'm sure we're going to touch on that in just a few minutes. So, Mayor, this is what you were talking about, that $31.5 million in today's dollars. We've carved that turkey up into three pieces. And these are the funding buckets. Where does the money come from to pay for this $31.5 million? And 16.3 of it is assigned to growth. 13.8 roughly is assigned to ODOT, developers, counties, contributions, and so on. And then the final small slice would come from gas tax and grants. So this is probably where we spent most of our time on this update was the cost update in itself, and then verifying the allocations of funding sources. The next piece then is, think of it as the denominator in the equation that Paul pointed out. The dollars are in the numerator, the number of trips are in the denominator. And this is a very common methodology that's used in this analysis and in transportation planning for that matter, to look at a PM peak hour trip that represents the 60-minute time period of highest vehicle trip generation during the weekday afternoon period between 4 and 6 p.m. We actually observed this, and the Institute of Transportation Traffic Engineers studies this and creates a manual for it. You've all seen this, the little tubes in the road when you're driving, taking counts of your trips. Well, this turns into a database, and this database is what we use. And we think that as of today, 2025, we estimate that there's 3,801 trips being generated in Sisters, and we think over a 15-year period, our 15-year planning horizon, we're going to have 6,038. So the difference between that is 2,237 growth trips that go in the denominator. So long story short, here's the answer that we're coming up with for the single family home. You currently charge $2,715 per single family home now. We are proposing to recommend to you that that number be raised to $6,785. It will be lower than Redmond and Bed. It will be higher than Lapine and Madras, and I believe Prineville is working on theirs now. I'm not sure, but you're fairly close to Prineville. And then finally, this is kind of disingenuous to you folks if we don't tell you what the whole enchilada is, because you charge SDCs for water, sewer, storm, streets, and parks. So the entire suite of SDCs today is currently $22,036 in Sisters. With this increase, it would go up to $26,106. As I say, still less than Redmond and Bend, but higher than Madras, Lapine, and Prineville. So finally, talk about schedule. This is, Paul touched on it, but we have to be diligent on this because there's a statutory compliance issue that we have to follow. We've explained this in many times, is that 90 days prior to any resolution or ordinance to change SDC methodology, you have to notify people on your list, an interested parties list. We did that on February 18th. On April 3rd, the draft SDC methodology was completed and uploaded to the city's website. And as Paul pointed out, we haven't had any comments back as of yet. On April 14th, we made a presentation to the Public Works Advisory Board, and they were engaged, and they had some really great points. Paul pointed them out in his staff report. Very engaging group, smart couple of people. Tonight, we're here to visit with you. Think of this as the light entertainment portion of your meeting. And then on June 10th, we are proposing to bring to you a resolution for update of the methodology and the fees. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and I'll give it back to you folks for a conversation.
I have a question, Paul. Go ahead.
I just have a comment before we start. So I read the report today, minus some of the data, and I just want to say thank you for writing such a good report. I do like to bring that up. I had questions along the way, and they were answered before I got to the end, and that to me is a great document. And I am very much a layperson, so just want to appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Totally agree, by the way. I've seen many an SDC report in my time, and this was one of the better ones. I believe...
Gary, you still love me.
Yeah, I know. I believe when I was reading through that, I saw with the new SDC methodology, there's a slight escalation clause each year. In the old methodology, which is significantly lower, was that escalation clause in place?
It was. So in 2019, I believe we had an SCC at 2552, and now it's 2715.
Okay.
That's just the yearly.
It's helpful to know whenever you see a significant increase. So that really is tied to the difference in the cost of construction and infrastructure work that needs to be done?
It tries not very hard, because we know in reality how much the cost increase have gone up, and it's a lot more than 3% a year.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, I did the math using their graph in the report, and it was over 21% difference between 2019 and 2025 in inflation and the.
But we've seen that in our contracts that we've had paving.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's but in the real world, it's definitely seems more than that.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Is there anything more you wanted to say, or?
No, I think,
Q&A
yeah,
time.
we have Steve here. I believe
Okay.
Joe is on, Monica. Yep, and then we have Eric as well, so.
Oh, I was actually going to touch on it.
Okay.
Since I was there and just wanted to touch on how that went, and then a couple of comments I have on it, and then we can go from there, see if anyone else has things. So there was one person in particular, but everyone was concerned about affordable housing and how raising SDCs affects, the ability to develop. And I explained to them how I look at this, and I always say that was how I look at it, and that is that when we're looking at growth, sometimes we have to put the affordable housing aside to say, okay, what's this going to cost? And, do the math and figure out how we need to adjust our income for that. And then affordable housing, I think we're doing it now. We address that outside of the SDCs. We're addressing it through giving grants, or we're doing the deferrals, those kinds of things. So I told them that that's how I saw it at the time, and that's also what I say to our team here, as how I look at it. The SDC for ADUs, I did talk to Scott Woodford before this, because I followed the trail down to the master fee schedule, and then it's like, oh, ask city planner. It's like, oh, well, okay. Hey-o. So basically what the PWAB's concern was, if we add an ADU, that they didn't want to see that have, a full SDC load. And I was like, I don't know how that works. So I talked to Scott, and it sounds like, and he wasn't looking directly at his reference books, but he said actually an ADU is around a third of what it costs to do a full single-family unit. So
All SDCs, or just transportation SDC?
I believe just transportation,
Okay.
so it's at $760 right now.
okay. The other SDCs are calculated a little bit differently. They're not based on this PM peak hour trip, which I guess makes sense. So that kind of addresses the ADU piece, that they are actually not charged the same as a single family residence. And then the phasing piece, we can talk about that separately, but just wanted to share, a little bit of the conversation from last week. And yeah.
Since you bought the ADU, I think I saw somewhere in the reading that currently, if you add a room onto your house that would be for another individual, that doesn't trigger SDCs.
That's what I read as well.
And
Yeah.
so the question becomes, if an ADU is of a certain size or lower, i.e., it's a detached, another room being added to your house in a way. It really depends on how you're using it. I see your head shaking, but I'm wondering how we reconcile that. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to tell you right now, I am an SDC hawk, and I have absolutely no problem with SDC charges being invoked at full and not phased. But I hear what you're saying, and I'm not done. And it's something I've seen, that the purpose of SDCs is to fund the things that you need to do. And when you phase it, you're just deferring that down the road, and you're always playing catch up. So I fail to see where that is a benefit to the city. It's a benefit to the developers, but it's not a benefit to the city. So this councilor, anyway, I'm going to tell you right now, I am not in favor of phasing SDCs. I appreciate the comment coming from the Planning Commission, but it's not something that I am interested in looking at.
It was PWAB, but,
PWAB, okay,
and
yeah,
Gary,
sorry.
I also.
Confused me, my
Yeah.
mistake, yeah.
I also expressed that I am in favor of doing it all at once if we need to. That's my personal stance as well, so.
I'd love to talk about the ADU part. ADUs are limited to 800 square feet, so they are smaller in nature. And that's about 1/3 of what a regular house is, kind of. So that's kind of why, that's sized a little bit. And they are different than adding a room to your house, because in general, it's another family and it's a separate residence. So that's the difference there. You could add 800 square feet to your house and not pay for it, and, but it's because you're just adding to your house.
Yeah.
You're not taxing the system at all, even if you add a toilet. I mean, it's one toilet, so I don't know.
And usually-
But I just wanted to make
No,
that
no,
distinction.
Actually, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That was rolling in my head. How does that work?
Yeah, I'm on the development side. Obviously, I design homes. That's what I do. And I deal with this a lot. And it's just a double-edged sword. We're here trying to create more housing, and we're adding costs to housing. But at the same time, here's the thing. If we didn't do it, if we didn't have FTCs or anything, we'd have all these huge projects, $31 million worth or more, and it'd be more, and we would have no way to pay for it. I mean, no way. I mean, this is an idea that's come up a long time ago, where growth pays for growth. And if we didn't have this, we wouldn't be able to have affordable housing, because there'd be nothing to connect to. So even though I'm on the development side, we have to, as people in that side of the business, we have to accept the fact that a town of our size, there are towns our size that are dying for infrastructure because they haven't thought about it over the years like we have. Paul, you've been doing this. Are you in your 22nd or 23rd year, somewhere in there? He's been doing this a long time. He knows.
Paul's not saying.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Yeah. But honestly, if we didn't do this, we would have many fewer businesses. We would have many fewer houses. Growth wouldn't have happened the way it happened. And honestly, it's nice seeing these nice young families come in, because we have a place for them and we have the infrastructure to put them in. So there you go.
I mean, I was in Bend a number of years, and, not to throw shade to our neighbors to the south, but, that comparison to the SDCs, I mean, their SDCs are so high because their tax base is not great. And they have been playing catch up for 30 years.
And the roads show it.
The roads show it, the infrastructure shows it. I mean, they're doing the best they can, but they have to get that money from somewhere. And that, unfortunately, is getting paid, by the builders and the people who buy those houses on the first go around. So for me, I look around and I see that our community has such a great infrastructure, roads, everything else, and I think that helps us be more attractive to developers. I don't have any data to back this up, but I'm feeling like, walking into a community or being part of a community and developing, and you already know that you can trust the road system, you can trust the water system, you can trust the park system to be there. I mean, that's going to sell your properties faster. I just would think, as a builder, to know that you're plugging into a really solid and stably funded system would have to be a benefit. But that's just me thinking. I don't have anything to back that up, but yeah, as you said, it's very hard to find that money anywhere else, and then once you're behind the curve, it's so hard to catch up. So
Yeah, I feel lucky that I walked onto a council where we have a healthy financial system, and that we've aren't at the edge. LOC came last year and kind of talked about the other cities in Oregon who are all kind of sitting on this financial edge, and I'm very pleased to walk in here, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I have a question on our SDC increases for water, sewage, storm drains, parks. Any forecast of whether those will have to be updated or modified in the near future?
So we updated water and sewer in 2023, parks in 2025. We do not have a stormwater fee, largely because our stormwater system is is very localized. We don't treat the water or anything. Short answer, absolutely. And it's all talking about the 200 plus acres that we're going to be looking at. We're going to start area planning, and I want to let you guys know that this is a 2 to 5 year increase. We are going to be back at the well, asking for, I'm sure, additional dollars, because once we scope and cost estimate those projects that need to be built so our system doesn't break, it's going to add who knows what to that $31 million. So yes, and the same with water and sewer. We're going to have regional pump station out there, potentially a new well. We're going to be opening all of these SCC fees up.
And you're still around till then.
I would like to. I'm a little scared, but yeah, it's the idea.
Did any comments come back from the website 60-day comment period?
We had 90-day, I think, was the official notice that we gave COBA. Haven't heard anything. And then I don't think we've heard anything from anybody. So again, I think they're wanting to listen to this discussion and see where you guys are at.
Okay.
So I'm assuming we're going to have some dialogue with them between now and June.
So just to make sure I understand this, I mean, it is a really big delta from where we were to what we're asking for.
62%.
It's a big leap, yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, there was lots of inflammation, that's the same thing. See, our brains from this. Some bigger projects. Were we undershooting in 2019? I mean, or was that a solid number in 2019 and just a lot of things have changed? Or did we kind of start behind the curve on that?
No, I think we were right in there. We were taking it from, I want to say, 1,100 to the 2,500. So, over 100% increase. We just saw construction pricing through COVID double, triple, quadruple.
Yeah.
And it hasn't gone back.
Yeah.
It really hasn't. I wish it would have, but it hasn't.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the question is, the form, and maybe it's a question for Steve, is that the index in the report, showing those, standard adjustments for every year. Like I said, it was like 21%, but it's like, we know it hasn't gone up 21%. We know it's gone up 100% or more. So I'm just wondering the value in that, that metric, because if somebody just read that, they would ask, like, well, why don't you just raise it 21%? Is that something you can answer, Steve?
Sure, and I can do it from perspective. It is not just you. It is everybody across the United States. You are particularly vexed because you're a small town and you don't have the muscle of a Portland, a San Francisco, or a Seattle to say, we're going to do a $100 million project and we've got 17 different contractors bidding for the work. You're kind of tough in that road. So I would suggest, and Paul, maybe you can come in, and Eric, you're behind the 8 ball because you're small. And it's only worse for you.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, awesome.
But we're wily.
We're sisters. I would argue the exact opposite.
Every year updating our inflationary index, and we use a tried and true system that's used pretty much by everybody, and it's based out of cost escalation out of Seattle. And he's absolutely right. I mean, we do not have the ability to spread that.
I think that the statement you made that we'll be looking at this again in 2 to 3 years or whatever when we start with that infrastructure is actually, I don't want to use the word comforting, but it means that when we look at that in 2 to 3 years, we're better positioned with the rate that we have now to be able to handle that increase when it comes. If this this work wasn't being done right now, and we were hopping from that 19 rate up to what we're going to have to be in 2 or 3 years, I think we'd have burning torches and pitchforks at the door. We may still have some of those, but SDC methodology is so tricky because if you don't update it regularly, then you get these big gaps, and then the increase looks significant, and it is. But if it were hit more often, and we only have so much ability to do this, but hit more often, those increases would feel more comfortable. They'd look more like what's going on in the world. I really appreciate the thoroughness, the clearness, and the clarity of this particular one.
Can I have a quick learning moment? Do we ever give SDC credits? And if we do, is there an example?
So where we would typically give an STC credit is if a developer builds something bigger than what mitigates what they would need to build and mitigate their project impact. So if they needed an 8-inch water line to get the fire flow out of the hydrants, and our engineer was like, no, our master plan says a 12-inch needs to go in here. They put in a 12-inch, they get a credit for that cost between an 8 and a 12.
Thank you. I was like looking for an example of reality. Thank you.
I wouldn't say common, but it's a practice for sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
So what does the escalator look like being proposed?
It's got little stairs. And
Yeah.
Just what the engineering index goes up every year.
Okay, so that graph I was referencing before.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
engineering.
Okay. And then this would go into effect January 1? Was that it? Or when would this go?
We're proposing July 1st.
Oh, July 1st. Okay. So many dates in my head. And is that, we're doing the 90-day notice, so that shouldn't be like a huge shock to the building industry, hence why there is like a 90-day notice and all that.
That's right. That's right. I mean, it's purposeful for that reason, is to give this clear notice. And the timeline that we went through in the PowerPoint, you will be in compliance with statute and with your code, frankly, if we bring a resolution for your consideration on June 10th.
Okay.
I just looked it up, $4,000 increase to your purchase price or building price on a 30-year mortgage adds about $25 a month. Just a fact.
Okay, thank you. Math is fun.
It's good to know.
It is.
I mean, if you're trying to sell it, that's a way. It's going to add $25 a month to your payment.
All right. Any other questions? All right, so do you have what you need from us?
I think so.
Okay.
If we have any further questions, we can reach out email-wise. Same with you to us and to Steve as well. So we'll keep.
Yep, I'll be available to talk to. And by the way, I just wanted to thank staff because this was a multidiscipline exercise. We had Joe O'Neill in the finance department had to produce a bunch of data on a very short leash. We had Paul and Jackson. We haven't had a guy, I forget his name now. I think it was Jordan Wheeler. I don't know if he's still
Who's
around
that?
anymore. Yeah, that guy. He was involved. How about that? So thank you to all of those folks for doing the heavy lifting.
Jordan's dead weight, by the way.
Thanks,
We
Steve.
keep him around for his looks.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in June.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll recess this meeting. And we will be back here at 6. What do people need? 10 minutes. 6:35? 6:35. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the April 22nd, 2026 regular Sister City Council meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Easy for you to say.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Letts,
Here.
Council President McDougal,
Here.
Councilor Predin,
You bet.
Councilor Ross. Present. Councilor Pellerin.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Do I have an approval of the agenda? Or a motion to approve the agenda, I should say?
I move to approve the agenda.
A second?
I have a motion and a second. All of those in favor say aye.
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 And no nays. Thank you. Visitor communication. Do we have any visitor communication in the audience?
We do. Michael.
So now we sit down like with fireside chat. That would have been really nice if we had an elder that sat at the fire on Saturdays or something. Did he do it? You know, and talk to people. Like kind of like I'm no big fan of Franklin, right? Franklin, but he really became a real person because of polio. It made him a real person. So and he's real smart, of course, he's naturally smart. But his polio made him real. I just scattered this. I hope I can read it okay. Legal counsel, including for a serious civil matter, is the last thing a living entity should lack finding in a genuine democratic republic. This includes mountains, rivers, seashores, old forests, particularly when in wilderness condition, and the singular species who occupy these territories. Something when in my 20s I thought I would be involved with, though also realizing the blatantly worst problem is the corrupt imbalance and inequality of the people getting worse beneath the surface, causing a decay of what needs to be a real humanity, or all is lost on earth, no matter the good environmental conservation laws put into place. The people themselves, a cancer with large tumors of populated places it becomes, and from corrupt and sick psychology and religion, etc., not functional organs and limbs of proper use. And April 22nd, Earth Day, should be trillions of times more important than the 4th of July, December 25th, and Thanksgiving, which is a day of hypocrisy along with the previous two just mentioned. This is someone who has believed that a democratic republic could be better than many of the alternatives, though also aware your Constitution has long desperately needed a rebuilding in several parts, unlike the White House, done for more fanfare, fancy, aristocratic empowerment. Though I find little difference between the no new King's Party and the blatant materialistic, crooked religious, both sides are hollow to the core. A hollowness surrounding me why I could not find a lawyer, nor someone to find one for me on the internet. I'm in no condition to learn it, because a talented manipulator, a big thief, and professional victim player can be brought to the table, something that is so elementarily necessary in any type of humane tribe, community, or democratic republic. This is the last part. Just in the way this planet deserves it from its dominant species, which took to peeing poison and destruction on it instead, like alien leeches and parasites, maggots and artificial conscience vampires. That needed to be said, or an appropriately very pissed off cougar might think about chewing me or someone else apart to get the point across. If I had not, at least if a cougar chewed into someone, it would be understandably more justifiable, unlike the way people do it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Gail Todd.
Hello,
Hi, Gail.
my name is Gail Todd, and I'm representing the Three Sisters Historical Society and Sisters Museum. I would just like to offer another comment about the signage program and hope that just the word museum will be in the pedestrian signage. Just to reiterate, our little museum hosted 2,000 visitors this past year, representing 35 countries, 35 states and 15 countries. So it's important that the museum sign direct to our building. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Normally don't comment, but I believe that in the stuff that I've seen that we're going to hear about, the Red Museum isn't on one of the signs. We'll take care of that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we'll discuss it.
Yep.
If anyone on Zoom would like to participate in visitor communication, please raise your hand now. There are none.
All right, thank you. That concludes visitor communication. All right, we'll move on to some presentation. This will be our Explore Sisters annual report, and Scott Humpert will walk us through it. Welcome, Scott.
Looks like you brought backup.
Yeah. Backup singers.
All right. Documents in order here. There we go. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, councilors. Thanks for having me. For those folks that don't know me and what I'm doing with my life, my name is Scott Humpert. I'm the Executive Director for Explore Sisters. Explore Sisters is the destination management organization for the Sisters area, providing marketing, promotions, and destination management services. Hopefully you've all had a chance to at least peek at the annual report I submitted. This is probably a 40-minute presentation that I'm going to condense into 15 to 20 minutes, so I'm going to go through it quick. Happy to answer questions at the end, and if there's any burning questions after the fact, always my door's open to talk further about any of these items that we don't have time for tonight, as well as anybody that's in the audience that would like to know more. All of these reports and everything are on our website, exploresisters.com/industry, so you can pull them up, read through them at your leisure, and feel free to contact me for a follow-up. With that, I'm going to jump in. Just a little bit of background information that I'm going to blow through pretty quick. Not a lot of this has changed, but for folks that maybe don't know a lot about Explore Sisters, basically our vision and mission come back to balancing economic impact of tourism with local livability. We have a set of values for the organization, including transparency, quality, collaboration, innovation, and agility. I'm not going to read through every single line in this presentation, but we have a 9-member board of directors, including 2 liaisons from the city. We've appreciated Councilor Preden's input at the board level, as well as Assistant City Manager Carrie Prosser. We have a 7-member voting contingency. We welcomed 2 new members this January, Ryan Lane from the Best Western and Spencer Hamiga from Sisters Bakery. Currently, Explore Sister employs 1 staff member, and you're looking at that staff member now, so we'll see what that brings in the future, but for now, 1 staff. Quickly, kind of the four categories that our roles and responsibilities fall into are economic development, brand stewardship, destination management, and insights and impact. And we'll get into a little bit more detail on all of that. Our four major strategic objectives that ladder up to our mission are destination marketing, and that's probably our #1 priority. Also important is stakeholder and community engagement, using data and research and running a sustainable operation. I talked about this last year. In 2024, we were still kind of getting our feet under us, and it was kind of that fire, ready, aim mentality. And 2025 represented kind of a transition to some more intentional, ready, aim, fire situations. So I feel like we had our stuff together a little bit more, and we'll talk about what that looks like. I mentioned destination marketing being kind of our most important piece. A big transition this year was we did not use an agency. We took it all in-house. So with that came a lot of advantages, but also some challenges as well. The general strategy didn't change. We still have a spring pulse for our paid advertising, a fall pulse, a winter pulse, which also includes a staycation message that we use to target our regional markets that are likely to spend an overnight. And then we have some always-on situations that are promoted through travel guides and search engine marketing. If you look at our paid advertising budget, it breaks down into these categories. The bulk, about 2/3, is social media and search engine. 32% of that is in social, 20 in search, 16 in print. Search was significantly higher this year than last year. Influencers was a new effort for this year, along with streaming. We significantly reduced digital display and had a little bit of co-op money in our paid marketing. Our print campaign remains consistent with the last couple of years. We've been adding new imagery, new copy, but keeping kind of the branding and the messaging the same so that we have good frequency with our potential visitors. I mentioned that digital display was reduced this year. We still use it, primarily through audiences like Travel Oregon's and Visit Central Oregon's. Digital display is great. It can get you big numbers, but it doesn't always mean you're going to get super engaged customers from that. For the first time, we started to develop some video last year, and against my better judgment, I'm going to try to run a video in a live presentation, so stay tuned. We'll see how this goes.
Good luck to you.
I'll see if I can.
We're praying for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've all been there.
Yeah.
we'll see how this goes. Okay, at least that screen came up. Good first move. Let's see if the audio works.
I love it. Yeah.
It's great, right?
I can see where all the money went.
Yeah.
From Grafcock to mountain bike trails and dark skies to casting flies, this is Sisters. The Old West, all grown up.
A little choppy up there, but pretty basic. That ran on streaming platforms only. It's a 15-second ad, so that was our first kind of foray into video. We plan to develop more video this coming year. So stay tuned for more of that. Get my presentation back up. Out of the way, sorry. There we go. So also new for us this year was engaging with influencers. And influencers are folks on social media that we contract with, that we pay to come have an experience in Sisters, and then they kind of report that back to their audiences. So we don't necessarily look for the influencers that have the most followers. We want engaged followers and followers that align with our brand. So we invited 6 influencers throughout the course of last year, which equated to about over 1 million views within their channels. Aggregately, they had 170,000 followers between the 6 of them. So that was kind of a hardworking piece of our paid social media, which again ties back to that 2/3 of our paid marketing budget. I mentioned search was a big component that falls into 2 buckets, 1 paid and 2 organic. So paid, really kind of the elephant in the room is Google. They kind of own that show. So partnering through Google Ads, we were able to see over 22,000 clicks to our website, which equated to 21,000 sessions, 329,000 impressions with 63% engagements. And impressions, again, they didn't necessarily click on anything, but they saw it or it appeared on their screen and somehow. Through organic, which is non-paid search, we saw 11,000 clicks, 15,000 sessions, 870 5,000 impressions, and a 67% engagement rate. All in all, we had about a little over $100,000 for our paid advertising budget, which equated to over 7 million campaign views. I feel like that number is very conservative. One of the challenges of taking our paid advertising in-house was, as we're not an agency, we don't have the robust tools for reporting and analyzing and all of that. So we erred on the side of caution in terms of what we were saying that we earned as far as this campaign goes. So I bet you it's quite a bit higher than that, but pulling all the data from the other platforms, Meta, Facebook, they don't ask us when they change their metrics, and trying to track those when it's not apples to apples can be pretty challenging if that's not your everyday, day-to-day. Beyond the paid advertising, our website continues to be a key component of our marketing efforts. It's not, I wouldn't consider it comprehensive at this point, but it has all the essentials there: where to eat, where to stay, what to do, how to play, industry section, all that good stuff. It's been performing pretty well. We added some new features this last year. These are just a few highlights. Prior to last year, we had business listings that were essentially a picture, a name, click the link and go. Now you've got a kind of another level of detail with descriptions, mapping, contact information, their social media channels, and then the referral happens after that. We also implemented site-wide search. Before, when you came to our site, you had to click around to find what you wanted. Now you can type it in and it'll categorize it and pull it up in a list, so you can find a blog about Sisters Rodeo, you can find the event information, you can find the calendar listing. It all comes up pretty quickly. We also added about, I think, 10 or 12 blog articles, which are kind of deeper dives into different subjects. These are just a sampling of some of those articles. We touched on dark sky, leave no trace in sustainable practices, family itineraries, couples getaways. So it allows a visitor to get a little inspiration and a little deeper editorial content. In terms of performance, one thing that websites and everyone but DMOs in particular are struggling with is search and AI taking over the attribution part of the website. So our information is still getting to folks, but when you type something into Google, it appears in Google. They're not actually going to your website, so that doesn't appear in your analytics, so you don't get the credit necessarily for that, but your information is still getting out there, which is still important because ultimately your visitors getting what they need. But for the analytics, we saw 71,000 sessions, 58,000 new users, 128,000 page views. The metric that I really like and I'm proud of is this 19,000 outbound referral links, and that's to our partners and to our businesses that's coming from our website to them, whether that's booking a hotel room, going to a restaurant's website to look at the menu, almost 20,000 clicks there, and then 2,000 form submissions. I won't get into the bottom too much. That's really kind of where our traffic's coming from, where they're located, what they're doing, what kind of device, and it's no surprise that paid social and search are kind of the top traffic sources. Our core markets of Portland, Seattle. I don't know why San Jose is in there. Maybe that's an opportunity for us, but that popped up as number 4. And then about 3/4 of our traffic is coming from mobile devices, which is why we designed for that first more than desktop. We send out consumer email marketing every couple of months. Currently, we have over 11,000 subscribers on that list. We've sent 66,000 emails out in 2025 with a 31% open rate. The click rate seems small, but it's actually on par for industry standard. It's getting harder and harder to get people to take action on some of those things.
Is that open rate good too?
That's actually quite high.
Yeah.
Usually it's in the teens for some of the things, so that's pretty good. Earned media is that kind of promotion and marketing that we didn't pay for. A lot of this is happening organically and kind of through some of our efforts creating awareness. Dark sky announcement last year was kind of the big thing that got a lot of play. I just highlighted 2 of them, one from Yahoo, one from Forbes. We had a great article about the top rural communities in the United States through Country Living, and then we had a cool article about Sisters and Sisters Coffee through MSN. Different from influencers, we host media tours. A lot of these are through partnerships with Visit Central Oregon. We don't pay these folks to come. We might give them a meal, give them a hotel night or something, but we're not under contract to pay them to be here. We saw 4 media tours come through Sisters, some of which were part of a larger Central Oregon tour. Some were Sister specific, but we touch on topics, food and bev, arts and culture, outdoors. We had an accessibility, hearing impaired individual come through to highlight accessibility in Central Oregon, which was kind of cool. We're still operating the visitor center. It's unstaffed and open seasonally May through October. With the hub being there, it's been increasingly challenged to monitor traffic just because there's so much activity in the building of people coming and going and events, and the farmers market's operating there. If you were to look at the door counter, I think it said 125,000 when I looked at it, which is not as many visitors that are coming in. This, by our best estimate, we're probably looking at about 9,000 visitors. A lot of the people that go to the farmers markets are visitors and happen to find that as a resource too. We distributed 1,600 pieces of collateral, and we have QR codes in there and on the map kiosk outside, and we saw 550 scans from those. Continue to build the content photo bank and video bank. I think we added over 1,000 photos this year. This is just a very small sampling of that photography, getting some great stuff from one of our local photographers here that also works with Visit Central Oregon. But we're super thrilled with the content that we have for our website, for social media, for paid advertising, and that's just a beast that you constantly have to feed.
Looks like a nice place. I'd like to go there.
I think so.
But they've got beasts they have to feed, so I don't know.
They're everywhere. Importantly, community and partner engagement. Explore Sisters has tentacles in a lot of places. We sit on the vision implementation team, which is a great group of leadership throughout Sisters Country, focusing on that Sisters Country vision and the priorities within that. They produce an annual report, so you can tune into kind of the accomplishments year over year, but we're privileged to be part of that group and to impart a tourism perspective wherever we can there. One of my favorite things, and it happened very early in 2025, but Sisters earned its accreditation as an international dark sky community, which is a significant point of difference for us. There's only 2 communities in Oregon, the other one being Antelope, population 37, and they're killing it out there, but I think it's a great opportunity for us here, both from a marketing and promotions piece, but also I think it ties back to that livability piece of the benefits of preserving our natural spaces, the health benefits it has for residents, all those things. So I think it's a wonderful thing for the community, and we just look forward to leveraging that more and more. We do a lot of industry communications. I go to a lot of events around town. We do presentations. That picture on the left is from Sisters Business Association Sip and Mingle, where they host a networking event once a month, and they invite a small business or a organization to be the host and to tell all about what we're doing, and then they sip and mingle afterwards. We produce an industry newsletter that goes out every other month that has resources for grants, for advocacy, what we're up to, all things tourism related. And then we, as I mentioned before, we have an industry section of our website that has information about Explore Sisters, our reports, grant resources, all that stuff. This is just a quick shout out to some of our strategic partnerships. We can't do what we do alone. We've had a lot of success with organizations around town, and these ones have been integral to the success of our work. This last year, we got together with a couple other organizations in town and put together a promotion called Sisters Hometown Holidays, the idea of establishing Sisters as a known destination for the holidays, basically promoting the period between Thanksgiving and New Year's. We really didn't have to do anything new other than Explore Sisters, kind of put the branding behind it, put some advertising behind it, but we really stitched together what was happening throughout the community, and I think we had 65 different events that were happening in that period of time. So it was a heavy lift to put it all together, but it wasn't like anybody had to get out there and start new events and all this stuff. It was things that were already happening. So we hope to continue this into the future and maybe pull some other things under that umbrella, like the 4th of July or Halloween, other holiday type of things too. For the first time in 2025, we sponsored some events, everything from Sisters Rodeo to the Sisters Festival of Books. And so we have a small portion of our budget again dedicated this year for some additional sponsorship. And this is for us to leverage their audiences, and hopefully our contribution is a small piece of the sustainability of these events as well. We had a little incident last year, as we all know. We dipped our toe into some crisis communication, and really one of the biggest pieces that we did during that time was we paused our marketing and invitation, and we transitioned to amplifying emergency information. It's tough because that was Labor Day, and that's an important time for our local businesses. So we had this kind of push and pull of like, we're open, but also we want the safety of our community. And we really relied on our emergency responders and our city partners to give us the green light to turn all that back on. We participate in the Central Oregon Destination Management Studio, which is sponsored by Visit Central Oregon and Travel Oregon, which focuses on regional priorities, around destination management and livability. We did a bunch of workshops and studios, and it's kind of evolved into a couple action teams around 3 different priorities. One was creating kind of an arts and music and culture trail as a marketing tool. One was around high-use recreation and improving some trail space. And the one that we participate the most in is in dark sky and kind of assessing the region and what assets we can bring that'll lift us all up. And Sisters being the largest dark sky community puts us in a good position to participate in that. We furthered our relationship with Hoodoo this year. We were an official partner. We participated in some events with them, including Snowvana, which is a big snow ski show up in Portland, their Wintervention program, which is activations around the region and in target markets. We have advertising up in their lodge. At one point, I think we had a poster above the urinal, which is like where you really know that you've made it. So we hope to continue this partnership and grow it more and more in years to come. And I hope we have a better season next year.
More snow.
Yes.
You'll have to use all last year's pictures in your marketing for next year.
Pretty much. I'm going to blow through this section pretty quick because I'm sure you're familiar with this. This is just a snapshot of a couple years worth of TLT. We can see our peak in July, our off seasons in the late fall and in the winter. Pretty consistent throughout the years. I think we see opportunity maybe around the spring break period where there isn't as much of a bump in building those shoulder seasons out of that peak, although August can be challenging with smoke and the predictability of all of that. But pretty consistent over the last couple of years. This just shows, it mirrors kind of that TLT. This is hotel occupancy. This is Deschutes County detail. We don't have Sisters specific, so take it for what it is because Ben's included. But generally it mirrors that same pattern. In 25, there were times where we exceeded previous months, so there were times where we were a little below, but generally that same pattern held true. These are short-term rentals. This is Sisters data. Similar to that, but you see a little bit of a kick at the end of the year, but similar to that same pattern. Happy to get into this at another time, but we did a resident sentiments survey in partnership with Oregon State University's Sustainable Tourism Lab, which measures how residents feel about tourism, which is kind of a funky thing to try to put numbers to. Give you the 30,000 or maybe the 100,000 foot view of this study. If you look at that first chart, it shows that about 13% of residents felt that the cost of tourism outweighed the benefits, which means that by and large, there's a lot of support for tourism here. And if you look at that bottom chart, you can see Sisters compared to Oregon, compared to the globe. OSU has done, I think, this study in over 200 communities throughout the world, so they have a good, benchmarking for this. And Sisters is at 13% compared to mid-20s in those other sectors. And Travel Oregon did their own sentiment research the last couple. They do it every 2 years, but Central Oregon I think is the only region where they think that the costs outweigh the benefits. So in Sisters, it's nice that we're kind of flipped there. So won't spend much time on this. This will be a quick one, just about our sustainable operation. We did some groundwork for strategic planning early in 25 that we need to turn into an actual public document. I worked a lot on advocacy around the legislative sessions the last couple of years. This year we hired a contractor to help with our day-to-day marketing efforts and was responsible for a lot of the work that I showed you earlier. So it's been great to have that additional capacity. Our board of directors continues to give me great direction and oversight and fiscal responsibility for the organization. We conducted a financial review of our accounts for the last 2 years, which came back with a very clean bill of health, which I submitted, I think, a couple months back to y'all. So if you need that report again, happy to forward that. And this is just a quick snapshot of our 2025 budget, which does show a deficit. We were running kind of a fund accounting where we had a beginning balance and we were recommended to us to do it this way. Really, it was some rollover funds, and we also want to make sure that we're spending down our operating account so we're not holding on to money, we're reinvesting that money, which is what it's intended for. You might be asking, what are we up to the next couple of years? And again, these reports were sent out, they're on our website, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time. I'm happy to answer questions on this section, but in the interest of time, I'm going to speed through. Brand stewardship is always going to be a piece of what we do, making sure we have consistent brand across all our channels to represent the destination. I'm hoping in this next year to explore a dark sky sub-brand based off of that to really help promote the dark sky work in a very intentional way. We're going to expand the website content, as I mentioned before. Outdoor recreation is on one page of our website. There's a bigger story to tell. Arts and culture has a bigger story to tell. History is missing from the website. So that's going to be a big effort throughout the year to really expand that content offering. We're going to run our campaigns again, still do our email marketing, build those photo and video assets, look for partnership opportunities, bring those influencers in. We're actually designing a travel magazine that we're going to publish both printed and digitally later this year. And they'll be really visitor focused, inspirational content, and read more like editorial, like a magazine rather than a visitor guide itself. For communications and public relations, we're going to run a pilot partnership with a PR agency to see if we can really ramp up that earned media and the ability to track the results of that, as well as to help us with media tours and setting some of those up. We're still going to leverage our relationships with Visit Central Oregon for those services, but this gives us a little more control. We're going to continue to provide all those visitor services, operate the visitor center. We're looking at potentially putting a satellite kiosk up at the lodge at Hoodoo, and they're very amenable to that, as well as finding places around town that might tie into the wayfinding system. We've already talked to the Forest Service about having some information out there since they receive quite a number of visitors, but finding high touch points for more visitor services. And then continuing with our strategy by developing formal strategies and plans, measuring our KPIs for performance, and producing those annual reports regarding our marketing. Of course, we're going to continue the community engagement and build trust and understanding of what we do, asking for feedback and participating in outreach efforts, attend regular meetings, provide leadership from a tourism perspective, and really champion all the industry-related issues to the value of tourism. Can't do it without collaboration. That's kind of the crux of what we do. Working with Visit Central Oregon, we've already got a pilot Leave No Trace project coming up. They've developed a kind of a sub-brand of their work called Meet in Central Oregon, which is focused on group and business travel. Just actually met with them out at Black Butte Ranch today to have some meeting planners view their space and learn about Sisters and all the good stuff. Working with the Dark Sky Committee, the Vision Implementation Team, partnering with Hoodoo. And I really want to look at ways to bring Black Butte and Camp Sherman into the fold a little bit more directly. Our lodging taxes are only the City of Sisters, and there's some weird jurisdictional boundaries, but I think we can get there just with some intentional conversation around that. Won't spend a lot of time on this, but continue to use data and research and make sure that we provide that also and make it available to our partners if they find that useful in their own work. And continue a sustainable operation with strong governance, financial stability. At some point, budget allowing, I'd love to bring a staff person on board that's a full-time employee with us. We'll see where TLT takes us in the next couple of years, as one can dream. Work on that strategic planning, create a formal plan that I'm able to deliver to the public, and continue to build trust and transparency as good stewards of the TLT. This is just a snapshot of our 2026 budget. Again, you'll see a deficit. Again, that's spending down our operating, and also we had to roll over a couple projects that we didn't complete at the end of 2024. With that, happy to take any questions. And again, if there's any follow-up after this meeting, happy to sit down over a cup of coffee or in my office to talk more.
Anybody have any comments or questions? Mr. Ross.
Just a comment, I appreciated seeing the wildfire information in there and the comment that you're looking to see if there may be some way to do some more of a crisis response section within that. I think that's a good asset. I realize it's not really within your scope, but it's a place people go to look, and so the more information we have, the better. So thank you for putting that in.
Yeah, absolutely.
as the advisory member of this council on that board, I will back him up on hiring his contractor to full-time. She's right there, Katara. And so, I think that when things work, you should lean into them. And I think that this has definitely been working. And I hope that we're able to find a way. And if we need to get a little creative, I think we should at least talk about it and see if there's not a way to help Explore Sisters do that. They're doing great work. If I was a teacher, I'd give them an A, both. And honestly, it's not because I see them all the time, because I've missed more than my share of meetings lately. And I'm going to miss it tomorrow, and I apologize in advance because I will not be in town. So there you go.
I really enjoyed the data and the research. I guess one of those is basically pulling credit card data. Is that kind of how we get there on people's spending habits? Or, I mean, I know there was a visitor survey, and then there was also the ones on where dollars were spent. But
Yeah, a lot of the financial data I don't get directly. I get it from like Visit Central Oregon, or it's regional based, and some of that does pull credit card data. It comes from a variety of sources. A lot of the economic data comes from a company or organization called Dean Runyon. Travel Oregon runs I think they do it every 2 years, and then they break it down by region. So one of my pain points or challenges has always been like, how do we drill down to Sisters? Because when we look at Deschutes County, that always includes Bend and Redmond, and definitely skews the data, so we don't get really a holistic picture, but it's the best that we have right now, and we definitely want to use it to make decisions and all that good stuff. So the more data we can get, the better, but sometimes to get that drill down, it's either not possible because the data just breaks down at that point, or it's very expensive and we can't afford it.
yeah, because it was interesting how one of the top things people did was Mackenzie Pass. That was kind of a surprise.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, I don't know, it wouldn't be hard to get that data, but yeah, that's how much of that is, summertime, gates open driving versus,
right.
What people may or may not be doing in the springtime.
That's right.
Shall not promote officially. But yeah, I thought that was very interesting. I would have never guessed that. I mean,
yeah.
So that's something to really think about moving forward. And also, I looked up that the date that, was the highest spending date of 2024, and it matched my guess, which was the quilt show.
Yep.
So that was interesting feedback on something I think a lot of us already knew. So
yeah,
nice to know that. But that was really fun to read. And then a little bit of like brand positioning. I can't remember what it was in here, but I wrote a note that there was something in here that seemed like it was really leaning into, that especially with our most of our downtown core is because we limit formula food and things like that. It's more mom and pop, and it seems like people like that. There's a lot of towns that aren't like that anymore. And like I was just in Jackson, Wyoming a couple weeks ago, which is their downtown's kind of a bigger version of Sisters, and then Bend's kind of bigger than that, and they were really leaning more towards like a Bend where they had a lot of name brand stores and stuff. They still had a lot of mom and pop stuff, but there was a lot of name brand, which is fun sometimes. But I think there's kind of a desire to not
yep.
be so corporate sometimes. You just want to see what a local town has to offer.
Yep.
So
people seek that out, and it's an important point of difference for us. And a lot of you go into some downtowns or into some small businesses, especially in very tourist dependent destinations, and you find tchotchkes and keychains and stuff like that, but you can find some really quality. We just had that conversation with our meeting planner group this morning where she's like, I went into this store and I bought this pair of jeans, and I can't believe how awesome the store was. And like, people really seek that authenticity out, and they want to support local, and our downtown absolutely delivers on that.
yeah, that made me feel good.
Since do you have some?
I do. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry,
okay.
my bad.
First of all, the photography is just stunning. Oh my gosh. A picture says 1,000 words, and great work on getting some beautiful work onto all the marketing and so forth. I'm glad to hear that you're talking about getting more history into our website.
Yeah.
You know, we did receive public comment concerning the museum, for example. And if that's kind of a long-term look at getting that history onto the website, maybe we could at least just list the museum as one of the nice places to visit amongst some of the other things that are listed
Yep.
there as a start. You know,
Yeah, and
that.
we've got a mention, I think, coming in our travel magazine about
Right.
the museum and things like that. So we know that, again, that the website wasn't completely comprehensive and there's a bigger story to
Yep.
tell, and we will absolutely get there, not just with history, but with that full destination story, because we do want to be that go-to resource for visitors, but also, as I mentioned before, when the search engines are crawling the websites and pulling that information, we want to make sure that they're finding that. And as we build our website, it builds authority and trust for Google, and they'll continue to pull that information. So it is important to have that stuff on our site.
Yeah, great. And since you brought up Google, so I did a search on Sisters Oregon, and the Explore Sisters website came up page 5, page 6. I used different devices, different browsers. Below the Chamber of Commerce website,
Yep.
and the results.
And
I saw that you have a new website host now. Can you speak a little bit towards trying to get Explore Sisters up in the top 3?
Yep. That's
At least above the chamber.
That's a challenge. You know, I do the same thing with different devices and kind of checking in on that on a regular basis. There's a lot of factors that go into that. One is, you know, length of existence. So our site was completely from scratch, brand new, only a couple of years ago, so it takes a while for it to gain authority and all of that. The way that you can circumvent a lot of that is by throwing money at it, which we do. We just don't have enough to make that huge splash. The other things important to that, we can optimize for search engine optimization, which we were working with our developer. They lost some staffing, and so we're having to revisit that with another agency or something. Link backs from other websites, so encouraging our partner websites, especially big websites that would be in the industry like Visit Central Oregon and Travel Oregon, to point back to our site gives it that increased authority.
What about our city website? It comes back number 1.
Yep.
That had an external link to Explore Sisters.
And it
That help
does, and it does. So all of this like adds up and kind of gives you that ranking factor. So we started out pretty deep in the weeds, and we've been building our way closer and closer to the top. I think on the most recent searches I've done, it's come up on the first page, and I'm sure device by device, because I visit often, it's probably different for me, but we've been coming up 5, 6, 7, 8, and we've risen through those ranks. We're also looking to rank for other keywords like events in Sisters or where to stay in Sisters, which is almost impossible to compete with like a TripAdvisor or something like that that's looking at millions and millions of dollars. But we are working on that because we know that like, getting people to the site is the ultimate goal, in addition to them pulling that information from our site to serve it through the search engine itself. So something we need to work on with organic, but certainly that's one reason why we increased the paid budget for the search engine marketing, so we can focus that at certain times of the year when we are looking for those bookings to at least position that at the top under the sponsored results, not necessarily under the organic.
Good, that's good to hear. Thank you. And then just some feedback on this report. When we see the numbers, like so many followers, so many clicks and so forth, just consider maybe for next report next year, just some context around that. I don't know if that's a good number or not.
Sure.
Did it go higher than last year, or did we drop below last year? How does it compare to other DMOs for a city of our size? Maybe a little context might be helpful there.
And it's easier to reference, you know, year over year comparison. It's harder with us doing it all in-house to like be able to compare to. I mean, I pull information from like our close partners like Visit Central Oregon. Not all DMOs even produce a report necessarily, so that's a little more challenging to get like an industry standard. That's where an agency can really help with that, but certainly we can give a context from our own success compared to previous. That would be easy to incorporate in future reports.
Okay,
Thanks
yeah, I know you're a one-man show, and I appreciate everything you're doing, and I'm glad to see you gave the boot.
Yes,
John.
feels good. I know,
Yay.
real shoes and long pants and everything.
Thanks for your report, Scott.
You bet.
Just in time for hot weather.
Yeah, I know, right?
I've got a couple of things. So I did really like the addition of the hometown holidays last year. I thought that was really well executed, and that's how I feel when I go to any events here. It's like it's very hometown. I like your idea of bringing in Halloween and 4th of July. I mean, I feel like 4th of July got really hometown when we moved to Village Green.
Yep.
So really like that direction. I went to the website because I was like, oh, curious. Something triggered me in the report to go look, and so I'm wondering about how our local businesses. And I was looking at the where to stay, places to eat, and then there were a few retailers mentioned in the best dressed in the West, and how do our businesses end up on those pages? Have there been any complaints about not being included? I'm just kind of going down a path of, we definitely get the feedback of, our businesses need help. So I'm just curious of where all that comes from.
From staff originally of just kind of doing an audit and creating an inventory of everything we have, and we have to kind of qualify it as a tourism related business. We've not received any complaints about not being listed. We have had inquiries into, can I adjust a photo or can I change a description? And absolutely. And we could probably make an annual call out for that type of information to keep that as up to date as possible. And we keep an eye on businesses that open and close and do outreach when there's a new business and make sure to add them into the pages and everything. But there probably are a few things that don't fit into those like core categories that don't yet have a presence on the website. And that's one thing that with the content expansion that we're looking to be able to add, more of the attraction type of things that don't fall into that category. We do have a shopping page that has all the retail in addition to that, like downtown, best dressed in the West type of thing too. But again, we've not received any complaints about not being involved, but we're certainly happy to consider and add anybody that's interested that does have a tourism facing business.
And then this is maybe a little off topic, but I'll just ask, because I've been meaning to for a while, since you meet with our lodging partners, do they have did they ever bring up short-term rentals and how they feel about them? Is that ever a conversation?
So we've been trying to get the lodging folks together about twice a year, just in a casual group to kind of do a check-in, tell them what we're up to, and then discuss issues that are important to them. And in that group, there have been representation from short-term rentals through, I think it's Sisters Vacation Rentals was the primary one that showed up. And they were actually appreciative of their perspective because it is a little bit different than that commercial lodging piece. As a hotel, I don't feel like they feel there's so many of them that it's overwhelming. I think they feel like the city has got pretty good controls around that because it is an offering that some people choose and is very different than a hotel experience. So I don't feel like there's any, bad vibes between those two factions. I think they kind of work together, and everybody in that group really, I think, has the understanding that the rising tide lifts all ships and that they want what's best for the destination, which isn't always, specific to their individual properties. It's about the bigger picture. So I feel like it's a really good open group. I think the first time we met, everybody was a little guarded about what secrets are we going to give away? But the last, meeting we had was real casual. Everybody's really open with discussion with each other. So I actually had met with Ponderosa Properties recently to try to pull them into the group too, to add another perspective from that sector as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that perspective. It's come up in my head a few times and I keep forgetting to write it down, and I thought of it.
There you go.
Today. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else?
Yeah, we do repost a lot of stuff through stories and things like that on our social media. So if we're not the promotion of our 10% off sale type of marketing, but we do, when they post the inspirational content that's really on brand, like we share a lot. It doesn't always appear as an actual post on our page, but it's a story that lasts for 24 hours or something like that. So businesses do receive, promotion that they don't often know that they're receiving, just because we are, Katerra's on social media and sees that stuff and adds it to our feed and everything. So there are additional ways that businesses are getting featured, but I think doing an annual call out and making sure we're doing another partnership with the business association on one of their morning perks. That's kind of an education piece, and part of that is going to be directly of how to partner with us and what those benefits are. So making sure people really understand those opportunities and what we need from them to really highlight them as best as we can through our assets.
Oh, cool. I didn't even know that was happening. That's fantastic. Yeah.
Clarity, I mean, I know the answer to this, I'm very sure, but any business that is in town that wants to be mentioned by Explore Sisters is.
Yeah.
And do you have anybody who kind of says, "No, we're not interested"?
Not really. I
Anybody
mean,
that would, but
in the early days, there was kind of this mentality of like, I had to pick Explore Sisters, or I had to pick the chamber, or I had to pick the business association. But I think they've come to realize from our angle that like we're trying to be as equitable as we can. That tax money is to promote the entire destination, not just a few select businesses or anything. We're even outside of the city limits, we're really sensitive to our funding mechanism and lodging outside of the city. But we're going to promote Ola and Camp Sherman and activities out at Subtle Lake and equestrian out at Black Butte. So we want to be as inclusive as we can, because it also helps us tell a story of the destination that encourages longer stays, more than just a day trip, more than just a weekend. Like if you tell them that there's all these different things to do and we need all those assets to tell that story, that's what we're looking for. Sometimes we need help with photography, and there's been some struggles with I want help with promotion, but I'm not willing to do the follow-up to get you the things that we need that we don't have. And so over the years we've actively gone out to some of those businesses to get those assets on our own, to be able to tell those stories when we can't get that information from an owner that is stretched thin, running the business 24/7 on their own, and last thing they have time for is to put together a bunch of marketing materials for us. So we do what we can, and happy to again consider anybody, meet with anybody, and let you know how to best partner with us.
that's the idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Scott. I really appreciate
Bet.
it. And then your backup singers are welcome too. Thanks for coming. And with that, we will move on to our consent agenda for the evening, which includes the minutes from our April 8th, 2026 regular meeting and resolution 2026-04, which is to rename the very western little hooky tail part of Hood Avenue into Sisters Park View.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All second?
Oh, good.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. No nays. All right, on to council business. We're going to stay on this kind of exploring our town theme. We're going to go to wayfinding signage design, and Assistant City Manager Carrie Prosser, Designer Jonathan Scott will walk us through this process.
Good evening again, Council. So this signage design project we started back in fall of 2025, working with Destination by Design, and Jonathan Scott has been our lead on this project. This is a project that is meant to redevelop. It was an audit of the town. It was a development of sign package and then preliminary placement of those signs. So Jonathan has a great presentation for you tonight, and I will stay and answer questions as I can at the end of the presentation, and work with Jonathan in between to answer all your questions.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good to see everyone again. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we'll get started here. All right. Today we're going over the Wayfinding Master Plan as it stands and as in its final form. Today we'll go over just kind of do a quick review of the project purpose and its goals. We'll talk about the audit and the discovery process. We'll jump into the sign location overview of where all the signs are going to be located preliminarily. We'll also talk about the sign design and the final deliverables as well. So the project purpose, when we were brought on, was basically to develop this cohesive sign systems that just really encompassed the environment of the City of Sisters. Not only just for infrastructure, but the general environment as well. So in doing so, we did a citywide audit where we went through all the different signage types, pedestrian, vehicular, kiosks, anything that a user within the City of Sisters would utilize to navigate themselves around a town. Then we developed a unified sign design under the Explore Sisters brand identity, as well as the seal, the City of Sisters seal. And then we developed a preliminary placement guideline for several different sign types. We developed actually almost a full sign family for the City of Sisters. So ultimately, the project was aimed to deliver clear, consistent, and implementable signage strategies, and that way we can help guide navigation, and then highlight the key destinations around the area, as well as reinforce the city's unique sense of place. So let's go ahead and start with the audit and the discovery process. So when we were brought on, we came in and spent 3 days in the City of Sisters exploring everything, all corners of Sisters. And what the goal of that was to actually see for ourselves some of these civic points of interest and locations of where those are within the city and how people are getting to those places, as well as doing the audit process as well. You know, going to each sign specifically, identifying what that sign is, who the user is, what materials are there, the quality of those materials, and the condition as well as the brand aspect of it too. We also did an audit of the sign placement. How well is the sign placed? Is it behind a tree? Does it need to be, slightly moved to be better utilized? And then we did public engagement, which I believe I met several of you guys there as well, where we brought folks in and kind of laid out the map of the city and had you all give us all of your wisdom of how traffic flows, how you would like to see your tourists and your residents move through your spaces. And we took all of that data in to start developing this Wayfinding master plan. So at the end of the audit, though, we did come up with kind of these gaps and challenges, so that when we developed this plan, we were able to address some of those, if not most of those issues. One of them being community alignment. There was a lot of public feedback for cleaner, more consistent, and locally inspired signage. There are several different types of signs that are being out there, specifically for vehicular, for example. There were some chamber branded signs, there were some DOT branded signs, there were some Forest Service signs. So just to really kind of address that, we wanted to give you all the opportunity to have a sign designed where you can reutilize some of those signs and then still help with the sense of place. Also, as I meant, kind of leading into the next aspect, fragmented branding, multiple authorities there. This can definitely make it feel a little less dialed in, but implementing something like this will definitely help you out with that. Placement and visibility, I touched on that earlier. We did find that inconsistent sighting and scale reduced sign visibility, effectiveness, and functionality. So there were a couple of adjustments that needed to be made, not so much to the vehicular signs, but maybe some to the pedestrian type signs. And then maintenance issues, because of the varied structures, the footings, that can increase damage risk, as well as long-term upkeep, because you have different versions of how to take care of these different sign types and their structures. So that's what the audit came up with. which we provided a full-blown document for you all to read through there as well. So going to the location planning process, the audit and the discovery process was the foundation. This is where we got all of our information and started building everything up on it. So through our site visit, I rode the entire city of Sisters. I went all the way to the SPRD area over there by the schools, all the way up north to the airport area, as well as to the far side of East Desperado Trail. And I took it all in. I took all of the existing signage, how the traffic moved, pedestrian, cyclists, vehicular, and kind of adapted to what would a visitor or what would somebody really need in certain spaces. So we started with the destinations. We came up with a big list of civic destinations and the important destinations within the city. And then from there, we took a look at the existing signs that you had. So we'll get into the different sign types here that we developed a plan for. For the gateway locations, we were making a recommendation just to swap out the one G3 on the north side of Highway 20, which is that the chamber sign. That one can be swapped out, should be swapped out for a more recognizable, cohesive brand if you were to utilize this entire system, as well as adding 2 new locations, I believe Highway 126, and then for the south side of Highway 20 as well. Just kind of reinforce, they have the DOT signs out there as well, but kind of reinforce the welcome aspect. We did recommend the removal of the G4 sign that I have here kind of shown in low opacity that's on Barclay and Pine Avenue. And we'll make a recommendation here to the next sign type here, which is the vehicular sign. So we wanted to make sure that when we developed this plan, we weren't starting necessarily from scratch. You had several signs that had very usable locations. So we wanted to be able to reuse those locations without having to think too much about relocating the signs in unnecessary ways. So several of these signs are replaceable. I believe we only added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new locations to the vehicular aspect. 2 of those are, again, like I said, Barclay and Pine. The other one over there in the corner over by this is the new roundabout that you guys are considering in that area, as well as 21, or sorry, 21, 22, I already said that, as well as some of the signs over here on the north side of Highway 20 and kind of over by the schools over there on the east side of the roundabout, or west side of the roundabout. All of these sign locations, you have the packet sent over. It's a 78-page document. Each one of these signs do have locations on them pointing to civic destinations and their reference. Again, I just want to kind of remind everybody this is a preliminary. So when you get into the fabrication space, if you decide that things need to change or slightly adjust, and you get your variances, it's a document that you'll basically get in your shop drawings that shows each panel and what copy and the arrow that it points to. You can make your adjustments and things like that, depending on what may change in the future or if certain decisions need to be adjusted. So for the pedestrian signs, here we have a couple of new locations, 2 over by the school, as well as 1 down there by Creekside Campground and Creekside Park, as well as PDO 7. Those were all just to really solidify some of those walkable places, but still give a lot of hint to what's nearby. So a lot of really great opportunity there. And as well as kind of swapping out some of the existing pedestrian signage. Those are adaptable based off of kind of the space that it could be installed, as well as making sure that the signs that we developed are modular enough to if it needs to go on a post, it can go on a post. If it can go on the light pole, we can make it go on the light pole. That way you guys have that kind of in your back pocket. Again, all of these are associated with destinations as well. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the museum. The museum sign is located on PD 07 and PD 06, I believe, or PD 08. I'm sorry, PD 08 and PD 07 for the pedestrian signage. If there's any adjustments to those locations, again, you're not going into fabrication, so any adjustments can always be made. So the kiosks are really kind of an exciting opportunity here. So we designed two types of kiosk, a major and a minor kiosk. The major kiosk is obviously much larger, contains much more data, which we'll touch on here in a little bit. And then the minor is able to contain similar information, a little bit more condensed. You have two existing monument signs that the Explore Sisters DMO has already developed and that you have currently existing. So we wanted to map those out as well because those will be utilized. So if any adjustments need to be made in coordination with those, you'll have that already. Something special to note on K13 through 15, those are actually, exempting K12, but those are minor kiosks that are actually developed to be vehicular signs within Creekside Campground. The reason being is because the larger vehicular signs that we've developed that are METCD, Manual for Uniform Traffic Devices, probably wouldn't look so great in the campground area. But we definitely wanted to make sure that you all had a sign in your arsenal to be able to utilize that and guide folks around the campground, as well as still making sure that you had a sign that really solidified the sense of place within that space. We have KO3 and KO4. Those are two no locations with the development of the new park over there by the roundabout. And then also we're recommending KO4 with the Gateway Park, also giving a great opportunity to showcase all the amenities and things that could possibly be shown to visitors going into Gateway Park. And then we have our park entry signs. We're making a recommendation to swap all of them out so that they all have the same cohesive look. Again, we'll go over the design here and show you that here in a little bit. Only a couple new locations here. I know PEO1 is kind of a question of whether or not that's going to be a possibility. But again, we wanted to cover the entire space and give you that arsenal as well for that need. Okay, so that covers the location plan. So let's get into design. So as we had discussed before, and as we had talked about previously, we came together and we needed to make sure that whatever sign we were going to design was going to have the girth, the assets needed in order to develop a well-designed sign. And so it had come to the decision to utilize the Explore Sisters DMO identity brand, primarily because of the patterns, the color palette, but also we wanted to recognize the City of Sisters. This is the City of Sisters. So we wanted to make sure that that was definitely relevant on the signs as well. So we had the proposed material here finishes that we finished with the signs, including some of the stone masonry that you see on your light posts, some of the Douglas fir, dark walnut, some of the evergreen. We selected the evergreen because it we selected the wood because the evergreen accented that color wood very well as trying to match the wood posts, again, really calling into that environmental aspect. As well as making sure that we had reflective materials, so utilizing white acrylic or stainless steel texture as well on a lot of these signs for copies specifically. But we had a really unique opportunity here too, because the City of Sisters also required that 1881 or 1880s aesthetic to it too. So we're trying to think of how we could do this outside of just shape, but material wise, how could we kind of put this together? So we developed this idea for this prismatic kind of hammered iron texture for the signs as well. So really cool, neat little feature there for you. So getting into the wayfinding system, after all the public feedback from you all, from the committee, from the public, we finalized the wayfinding system that you see in front of you. We have a gateway sign, a park entry sign, a vehicular sign that actually comes in several different configurations depending on how it needs to be utilized. Pedestrian sign, the minor and major kiosks, as I had specified earlier, as well as the trail marker. A couple of points that I want to notate is contrast was incredibly important. So we definitely made sure that the materials that were going to be utilized in the copy were going to stand out. We're going to be either reflective or dimensional enough to be recognizable from a distance, and also meet all the necessary guidelines as well. Including some of the accents. I remember hearing some of the adjustments here about the mountain snow, and the white. Again, we wanted to make sure that that was very prominent. So again, we're recommending reflective or bright material to utilize for the mountain snow. So what we delivered to you all was conceptual documents. I would say even so, we moved really close to what's called design intent. Design intent is basically your next stage, which identifies even more detail and measurements and sizes and material types and who manufactures those things. That's like the next stage. The conceptual design that we were able to deliver to you all will help support your budgeting process. So short of actually being able to know exactly what the manufacturer is going to source these things from, they were able to utilize this document here that we've provided to best provide you with an accurate budget. Now, the reason why I wanted to go this far over this particular concept was because a lot of the cases that if you don't specify it, fabricators can utilize other materials, what they call value engineering or value building. But we wanted to make sure that this was going to be of high quality. So we spec'd all of those things for you all in order to make sure that the aesthetic meets the aesthetic and makes the feel and makes the signs as quality as we had helped design for you all. You guys were in the driver's seat. We just were the tool to help you all out. As well as helping out with construction, like I said, kind of the aesthetics, but also because these are vehicular signs that are going to go along roadways, we need to take into account things like breakaway systems and things like that, and what can actually go on top of the breakaway system. So that will also help you with that. As well as installation, with the preliminary location plan that we provided for you all, gives you a sign count. If phasing is an opportunity for doing specific signs at certain times whenever they're needed, this way you have the numbers needed in order for the fabricator to provide an accurate number, but they can also utilize Google Earth, GIS mapping, kind of see where these locations are and be able to provide a more accurate quote rather than just a number of signs that we're thinking we need, and then kind of going off of that. So really gets you guys off on the right foot for your next step. One thing I wanted to touch on as well is the panel design opportunities. These right here are conceptual panels. They're not exactly how they'll look. I'm assuming the DMO will be able to develop these further for you all and really kind of dial these in for your guys' needs. But this will also give you guys plenty of space for whatever amenities or whatever things you need to call out on. We have directional guidance down there at the bottom, as well as having kind of a panel. It says park name. It's like orientation guidance. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a park name. It could be a street name. It could be a district. So all that when you get your variances as well and you start locating where these signs officially are going to go upon implementation, that will definitely get you off to a solid start. As well as being able to integrate some of the digital assets, utilizing QR codes and things like that, that gets you more information without putting too much on the sign. I'm a big advocate of making sure that the sign is clear and simple, and not overwhelming with information. Because you want these things to be a subtle subconscious item, I guess, along your journey. As well as kind of want to speak to the trail marker. Again, this is a conceptual panel here, but these are custom use panels for however you all would see fit to use them. For example, you have a 4x4 post out there by the gateway along the walkway that has a stop sign on one side, and then on the other side it says no motorists. This would be a great opportunity to swap out that to really, again, solidify the sense of place, having these signs, particularly in areas needed for that, where a pedestrian sign may not be appropriate. So again, last slide here is your existing kiosk sign. We didn't want to leave this one untouched, so we did add a panel here as well. We're big advocates of making sure when we develop a sign family that there are elements of all of these signs on all of the signs. So the mountain cutouts was added again for this panel. It can be attached to kind of this negative space here in the front to also help solidify some orientation guidance. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for the opportunity, and I'll hand it over to you guys for questions.
So just a couple notes. I didn't thank or introduce the team that worked on this, which included Jackson, Scott Humpert from Explore Sisters, Jordan, and myself. So put a lot of time into looking at a lot of sign and placement and those types of things.
Jordan, who's that?
Wow, dang Jordan Day.
It's okay.
The eye candy we keep around over there.
Yeah. You haven't even said a word today. You didn't eat it.
The wallflower.
Yeah.
You know, one interesting thing about that masonry kiosk that's been there for a long time, I hope everybody realizes that it actually reads backwards because you're looking at the city this way. You're actually facing south when you're looking at a map that's facing the wrong way. And I've had people comment on that. I'm like, I don't know what you do because it's tilted that way. I don't know what, I'm not a map guy or.
We put a step in that tilts the opposite way.
It should spin around. It needs to kind of go the other way, but I get it. So.
I mean, it looks fantastic. In my opinion, I had a couple of just quick questions on the gateway locations. You know, especially after seeing that data from Explore Sisters about the popularity of Highway 242. Some of that popularity is bikers that are probably starting here and going back and coming back, but some of those people are traveling over from wherever. You know, it seemed like maybe, was that considered?
It was in and it was actually taken out, and potentially because of not seeing as much traffic on that system. So that was an interesting comment tonight to realize that there was that much. It's one that we could decide to put in, and there's two different types of gateway. There's actually kind of a taller, narrower version of that potentially could be put in some different spots.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then on the pedestrian, kind of the 4x4 that he was just mentioning, is the thought we would possibly co-brand that with Sisters Trail Alliance, especially if it was something that was kind of leading towards one of their trails?
So I actually talked a little bit to Stephanie Presley yesterday about those, really the intent of those being in town and on our pathways, multi-use paths, knowing that eventually it'll get out. They won't be the same. We haven't talked about any co-branding with them or doing those. We've really thought about those in terms of, we have so many multi-use paths now, it would be great to give people direction on where they're going on those. So that is one of the pieces that probably has a lot to come down the road. We haven't spent a ton of time even looking at locations on those.
Okay, great, thank you.
Lots of work to do out on Barclay as well, so
yes.
Future work.
Yeah, and there just as a note, when we start talking about phasing and some different things, we know there's some signs, particularly on heading out to Barclay, that will probably not go up right away because of expansion. We don't want to make something and know that we have to tear it down and redo it. Signs are not inexpensive, so want to make sure we make right choices for some of those pieces on this side of town as well.
I have just a quick question, Jonathan. You're back on the East Coast, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for staying up so late.
Yeah.
As a person who lived in Maine and has to do this once in a while from the opposite direction, I know how tough it is.
Can you speak a little bit, just for everybody's knowledge of, and I know we're kind of voting on approving the wayfinding signage design and placement plan, but, you know, you mentioned a little bit, there's obviously going to be flexibility, and this is not going to fill up tomorrow. So can you speak to that of like the rollout and
Yeah, I think,
malleability of the
yeah, and I think, Jonathan talked about the design intent, and did I not put it in my report? Maybe I did not. We're looking at some, right now, kind of what he talked about, some cost estimates, just to see what ballpark we're in, to do some preliminary budgeting, potentially in this upcoming budget, as we had talked about during the goal setting, within the URA. So won't be super detailed down to exactly what, but we'll start looking at that actually tonight if the document is approved. So looking to phasing plan and kind of implementation plan sometime this spring, summer, to really figure out what that would look like, what's the right thing to do. There's a lot of options, and that would be, do we want to do all the signs that are in the URA because we have funding from the URA, or do we want to do gateway signs? And those implementation plans will come back for your review to understand what and why we're doing those. We do have to get the signs, as Jonathan said, they need to be engineered. We did get a couple of just preliminary quotes back, and the heaviness of some of the signs, particularly the vehicular direction signs, is going to have to get re-engineered. So we already know some of those pieces are on our plate. So that's going to have to happen. And then at some point down the road, I have it, maybe I'm ambitious to fall 26. I probably am saying that. Maybe more into the winter of 26 is we would have to go out for proposals for manufacture and install for the phase that we had determined we were at. So we'd have to kind of look at the whole project in the next 4 to 6 months and understand what the phasing might look like, and then kind of work from there. So, that answered your question?
Yeah.
So, I feel like I have a random bits here. So I was looking through the presentation. I noticed on a couple of the welcome signs there were like Purple Heart City, bicycle friendly community. Are those things that we can keep, or are we going to have to move those, like change our approach?
We'll have to talk to ODOT about some of that because they know there's preliminary restrictions on what they want. And then there's also probably a conversation with ODOT about allowing their existing sign to stand that has some of those things on it versus what our entry sign is different. So those are still conversations that we have to have.
I was just curious. I saw it, I was like, well, you mentioned like having to redesign, and honestly, like, I just wanted to say it out loud. If whatever you come up with for materials, if it looks nice, looks similar to the whole thing, I totally understand. I mean, I don't know materials. I trust in the project team and Public Works, all the people who look at how things go together. And I just wanted to say this out loud. I mean, probably all the other councils are fine with it, but I'm not a huge fan of the masonry base on the signs. That wouldn't have been my choice. I like just very clean with the black metal around it. So I'm just saying it out loud. And in case anyone agreed with me. Yeah. There it is. Yep. Well, I mean, all of a sudden, like, everyone's like, yeah.
I did want to acknowledge the question about the museum sign, and we had a long conversation about both the museum and actually the visitors center, because they're both in the same area, both in that pedestrian And one of the reasons we came up with potentially not having those on is because they're not open year-round. And for somebody looking at that sign, I'm going to walk right down to the visitor center that's not open from October through March, and potentially a museum that's not open full-time, is challenging. One of the things that we want to look at, what I want to look at when we look at those pedestrian signs, is how complicated is it to change out something like that. So if it's not complicated or super expensive to get that museum and maybe visitor center up there, I think we can look into doing that. If it's we have to build a brand new sign every time, that's a different question that we can bring back to council in that particular area. We specifically didn't, when you look at the directional signage, other than things like art district and restrooms, most of it is pointing to parks or city hall, the library, the sheriff department,
City
amenities, those kind of things, or to the downtown, or to really generic restaurant, shopping, that type of thing. We know, and I know from historically when we've looked at wayfinding before, we've been talking about businesses, a lot of retailers, they want something that points right to them, and I absolutely understand that want and need. But this is actually kind of a broader picture to that, so I just wanted to put that out there. That's the why behind some of those choices.
And we're not going to be selling space or anything like that.
No, yeah.
That's just, we're not in that business. Right.
Well, and I would
Not
argue
yet.
that businesses relocate sometimes within town. They may move across the street, they may move to another street.
I think we could have signs that do, literally do this.
Yeah.
I mean, that, something to look at, but.
Yeah, that would be terrifying maybe with teenagers,
That's a little-
but,
Yeah, Well,
but I think
you
that
lock the
there's,
sides, but,
there's some, I think there might be some ways to have conversations about how does that maybe look on the signs. The other piece with the vehicular signs, that's probably not a place for those to happen. Those are big and they go into place, and those are not places for that. So, and the kiosks are actually super interesting because I know it showed a lot of them, and it'd be an interesting placement of a kiosk, because if that's a bit that you can replace a little easier, that might be the answer to some of that as well.
I did want to bring up the point of thank you for highlighting the snow on the mountains. I think that's a really good idea. I think when we first saw it, they were holes in the sign or something like that, or it was like a negative thing. And I like having the bright white. And I think that that's going to look really good.
I think given the last one, we might.
Well, I think we can have snow year-round in town on our signage.
I agree.
Does it come?
Thank
to
you for
go with
that.
Climate change.
Right.
He's the snow god.
Yes.
I like the consistency. Right now we've got a hodgepodge. I think it's going to take us up a notch for sure.
I think there's, the phasing is interesting. Clearly, we have one park gateway that does not have signage right now. That's probably the logical place to start. I talked to Councilor Ross. Does that mean that we're replacing every sign in every park right away? Probably not. Phased, as some of those things can phase as they're needed. So.
Speaking of signs, we see the new Sisters, Welcome to Sisters, by Dutch Bros. Are we considering that a sign or art?
Maybe
or stay in there? Is it part of the scope of this?
It's not. That's a historical piece that was done by Rotary years ago. Kiwanis, excuse me, years ago, and then I believe it fell or rotted out and was taken down and redone by the art students. I think we've all seen the story of the art students and then getting it back up. So it's not part of this plan, but I think I would actually consider it probably a piece of art within our community. It's been worked on by both woodworking artisans and our high school kids.
They did a great job. I'm kind of wondering about the location. I know it's where the previous sign was, but like on the back where it says "Come back soon" or something like that, you can't really see it, right? It's facing Dutch Bros. And I'm wondering if we consider another place for that. Kind of off topic, then talking signs. So anyway, just something that kind of came to my mind, and the direction that it's at is at an angle because there's just the way that face is. Yeah, so maybe.
Part of our weird charm.
It's our weird.
Well, and that's one that there are a couple times that I think long term, that one is one, long-term meaning and value to the community. And I agree with your comment. I would probably be somewhat reluctant to do much for that unless it was asked by the group.
Who owns that property?
We do, I believe.
It is our property, that corner.
I think one question I have would be sign on the coming into town, called the north side, whatever, and that has the different service groups. That one, chamber one.
So the chamber, which road are you? Sorry, I'm not.
It's the sister sign, kind of across from the pole.
Oh, I'll have to take a look at that. I
think the picture I saw had some.
Yeah. The plan would be to remove the old chamber version of all of those signs.
Right,
So
I'm wondering how we handled the service group.
I'll take a look at it and see kind of what that one
if
is.
indeed they're on there, that's
Yeah.
all. I'd like to continue to respect that.
The timing's good because we're in the process of completing that may also have some recommendations. Safety signs as well, so timing's good. I think take a picture of the place and everything, so there's like a sign every block down the street.
Public Works Advisory Board was very conversational about signage litter, not having too many signs. Once they got the initial package, when there was quite a few more than what you have seen, to really make sure that we were not having too many signs.
I just wanted to clarify, I'm not asking for that sign to come down.
No, I don't know.
Okay, I think it's really darling,
Yeah.
really darling, and they did a wonderful job.
I did.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I don't know how particular the spot is.
Right, it's not
Yeah,
the
that's
best location.
Yeah.
Maybe if we have, yeah. And just to acknowledge, thanks to the volunteers that worked on that.
It's a really detail-oriented project.
Great job.
All right, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the wayfinding signage design and placement plan.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Boy.
No nays. Okay, passes. Thank you.
I move
you
to
to
let
everybody.
Jonathan go to bed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Jonathan.
And come in late to work.
Yeah. All right, on to other business. City Manager Jordan Wheeler, response to prior meeting public comments.
Good evening, Council. Yes, we had a few comments. I'll just address Ms. Jill Neal commented about short-term rentals and kind of a request there for Council to consider modifications to the concentration limits as they apply to condos, I believe. And so I think we had a kind of debrief at the end of last meeting about that and how Council kind of discussed potential small changes to the SDR code at goal setting. Didn't really make the goals, but I did mention that we'll look for a time to maybe slot that in on a future workshop just to have a little more discussion or a chance for Council to kind of discuss whether there's an interest on making that kind of modification. The other modification that has been brought up in the past, that was brought up during our bigger review a couple years ago, was the owner occupied too, which I think is a bigger effort there. So caution on that. But another option is for us to kind of provide you a analysis on what a change would take and what the maybe effects would be if we did make those changes to that. So yeah, I wanted to close the loop on that, or at least advance that to the next phase. And then staff comments will be me again tonight, so you get to listen to me for a little bit longer here. Couple updates for you. The Sisters Business Association. So we did, as a city, become a member. I know Council talked about having more, support for small businesses and being a little more involved with the retail side of the business sector in Sisters. So thank you to Carrie for attending the latest Sip and Mingle. So we'll try to have more presence there at the different events. I'm getting their emails now, which is great. So we're staying in the loop there. The vision implementation team, I think, met earlier this week. A couple members here, 3 right here. And I think some of the conversation was on the flat fire debriefing and how to support retail businesses during those type of events. I had the privilege of attending the Civic Leadership Academy on Monday. What a great group, man. I'm not, I can't say they're better than the other ones, but man, it seems like they're getting so good every year.
They're a lot better than one of those first groups.
No, they're all great. I can't believe that Sisters has such a deep bench, but great questions. It's always a pleasure to present and hear their thoughts and questions, and already starting with such a good knowledge base. And I think they're going to give you some great thoughts on the topic they're working on. So we love these mics. That one wasn't working at the last meeting. I think I was sitting there, so we discovered that. I got some feedback that folks couldn't hear me. I know we have challenges with the portable mics. It is a thing that we are well aware of and working on. This building is 20 years old now, so the AV equipment is dated. Kind of time for us to look at upgrades. Carrie's been working with some different audiovisual companies on getting quotes for different improvements to this room. So just putting that on your radar. It may involve acoustical panels. We'll preserve the art, but it may involve some of that to make the sound better in this room, and then technology improvements as well. Because I know it is sort of it does bug everybody a little bit because we have bugs in the system, but getting better microphones is something on our list too. So just
You had a karaoke machine?
We'll stay after the meeting and give you the mic.
We'll do it.
Congratulations to Mr. O'Neill there for closing on the URA loan. Council approved that at the last meeting. So the funds are now available for urban renewal projects officially now. So I think closed yesterday. Yep.
I hear we're making interest on it already. Yeah.
That was quick. Yeah. And speaking of Adams, that project is underway. You might have, if you walk down Adams, you see they're staging and already surveying and starting to mobilize on a pretty big project. So a lot of construction is going to be happening there over the next several months. And then also, I don't know if we mentioned this before, I think we did, but we're still recruiting on the utility technician position. We've had that vacancy for a few years. We had some great candidates on this round, actually, so maybe a sign of the job market or just that people want to come and work here in Sisters. So I think we had the second rounds this week, and I think it'll probably be a difficult decision for the team, but I think we got some good candidates. UGB, thanks for the annexation special meeting last week, workshop. Still more work to go, but the Planning Commission had a meeting last week, I think, getting sort of the 101, annexation 101. You have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission on May 7th, and one of the topics will be UGB annexation. What is the process? What's the timeline? Speaking of the timeline, the first public hearing is scheduled with the Planning Commission on May 21st. So already right around the corner on the urban growth boundary expansion.
That's like an off-cycle day. Is that? I just want to make sure that's not a Wednesday.
That would be a Thursday, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You said, what date was that, May 21st?
That's May 21st. So the notices are going to go out, and I think it's going out to all the properties that are within the UGB within 250 feet of the proposed boundary. So
That explains why I didn't get a letter, but my neighbor did.
Oh, that close.
Yeah. Okay.
Within a few feet. And then the County Planning Commission, I believe, is the week after our Planning Commission. So things are moving. I think we've shared that we're starting to think about the area planning, kind of doing internal meetings with consultants and our engineers. The process will officially kick off after we go through the adoption hearings for the UGB. But we're starting to think about the budget. What do we include in there? We have $75,000 grant to do some area planning work, but the utilities is the other side of that, right? So having our engineers, our traffic engineer, others involved with that process has been helpful as we start to think about how we go about that. Dark skies, we're continuing to trickle in some rebates. It's been nice to see those. So there is interest picking up on that. Our code enforcement officer is the one taking those applications and managing the program. Then the Dark Skies Committee is continuing to meet. I think this is Dark Sky Week? Last week? We don't, okay. I thought I saw it somewhere, but yeah, Dark Skies Week. So one of the things they've been doing is lighting audits. The other thing they're working on is more public information, like door hangers. I think they've mocked up a door hanger that would go out there to encourage the rebate program, remind people that we have this new dark sky regulation. Here's the things that you should be doing if you want to do your own audit of your lighting, what to look for.
Jordan, you said they're doing lighting audits of like residential or commercial or just high level?
We've been doing them for a few years, actually, here and there, where either the Dark Sky Committee and then staff have also gone out there and started to just inventory where it looks like there's non-compliant lighting, right? So that's going to be helpful for us when we get to the point of needing to target sort of education, getting compliance, targeting, hey, we got this rebate program. We notice you may have non-compliant lighting. So both residential and commercial.
I'm sorry I left my string lights on that night.
You're fine. We can unplug those for you.
You just carry a pair of wired decks around with them now.
I'm well known, but they're off before 10, so.
I think I mentioned this before as well. I know Councilor Preeden's going to the LOC meeting tomorrow, but we currently have a staff member there tonight and tomorrow to present on the city's defensible space code. So congratulations. We continue to be a shining star there. The state wants to hear from sisters on how it went and how it got adopted and how it's going. So he's there in Pendleton. Stuff. The code audit is officially underway. There was a kickoff meeting. Our consultant is 3J Consulting. It's another planning consultant. I think they're based out of the metro area, but they've done these code audits before. And again, this is a grant funded project from the state. And then Arbor Day coming up on Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, so Earth Day today, right?
Yep.
Officially. Yep.
And we
like
had
one of our public
shower
comments
last
was
night.
about
We
it.
couldn't see because it was raining
Good for the
in our dark sky.
Yeah.
I think this is our 19th year as a tree city. So we're going to plant some more trees. We're going to plant them across the street at the Sisters Park
I hear
Recreation
some guy
Center.
named Jordan is going to be there.
I'll be there.
Michael Jordan?
I might be supervising to make sure everybody's, practicing good digging techniques and.
Put your back into it.
Yeah. So I mentioned on Public Works, Adams is underway. The bidding for Elm Street Pathway, I think, is coming up next week. It goes out to bid. Finally, yes.
Finally.
I know, the engineering's done on the bridge and everything, so that's another big milestone. If you've walked down Pine, you've seen the West Side Pump Station construction continues to progress and the walls are going up, so it's getting close to completion. Right after that will be the Rope Street Pump Station bidding and construction going after in the spring. Village Green, been by that. The roof is on, and I think they even got the snow rails on there and everything too. So some nice improvements to our feature park.
Rails.
Yeah, we need snow for that. And then other park improvements, dog park fencing, which is going in over at Gateway Park. And that will include dog waste stations, and also, I think, drinking water fountains going in there too. So,
Is there going to be a dog park sign?
It's part of the Gateway Park, kiosk.
Part of the kiosk, yeah. People are gonna really like that, yeah. There's a large segment of the community that's been asking for a dog park for like
It's gonna be
a long
picture of
time.
dog, like that.
Especially.
Are we, are we gonna cut the ribbon or officially open it or do anything
Sure,
like
we
that?
can do that, yeah.
Choose the ribbon. It's small, so only 3 of us can be there.
Do you guys have dogs?
You have to have,
I don't have one.
Not right now.
More.
yeah, stay tuned. We can do
Let's
nice
do
little
something fun.
ceremony. Yeah.
Get some dogs in there.
Yeah. Almost done here. If you walked around downtown, you saw the senior banners are up.
Yeah.
And our smiling faces of all our seniors graduating. They'll be up until May 15th, and that's when the rodeo and summer banners go up. And then, let's see, coming up, you got a few meetings. I mentioned the joint meeting with the Planning Commission on the 7th. Another event tomorrow is the Sisters Ranger District Open House. I know we were sort of invited if there was an opportunity to table, and I think Councilor Pellerin, are you making it? Okay.
I will be there.
Awesome. And then Arbor Day, also on Friday. Next week is the Budget Committee meeting in the morning. That's kind of a Budget 101. Attendance isn't mandatory, but you're welcome to join if you want to learn more about the ins and outs of a budget and funds and how it all works.
Who else is being invited to that?
The Budget Committee?
Just the budget committee?
Yeah, the Budget Committee, yeah.
All right.
And then finally, your next...
This is the 101 meeting. This is.
Yeah. The proposed budget, the presentation of the budget is not till May 20th.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
And then finally, your next meeting will be on May 13th. That meeting will be a joint meeting with the Fire District Board, which we met with them last year. I think it went really well. This is another opportunity to collaborate and discuss some of the council goals around fire mitigation, but also hear from the Fire District on their plans. They got the levy mask right now. They also have kind of built this program that would be interesting to hear about. So, and that's all the news of the day.
Want to say anything about Coco and just a little bit? Central Oregon City's organization.
Yeah, so Coco met on Monday, and it was a meeting, really the dominating topic, and it was longer than most Coco meetings. I think we met a half hour earlier than usual. Was about water and sort of the efforts there, from GSI, which is our water consultant team that works on behalf of Coco, to kind of working with the state, working with other partners, the effects of the piping of the canals and what that means for our groundwater levels and supply throughout the whole basin and how it's all interconnected, and working with Redmond and Coco to kind of advance an idea of artificial recharge for the basin to kind of make up the difference and to get more water into the ground for storage and use. So interesting meeting, very technical, and I think one of the challenges we'll have as we go into the next legislative session to really have a priority to get a renewal of the mitigation program will be how to communicate this. I think we have some retirements happening. I don't know, was it Helm or Owens that is retired, I think. So there will be a kind of a challenge of explaining that, I think, not just for legislature, but the public, but that mitigation program being a high priority for all cities in this basin to ensure that we can secure new water rights and all that. So,
Sorry, I missed
it. Any questions, me or staff?
Do you know when the ODOT ADA ramp is going to finish that effort?
December
August, right?
2020, 31.
I think, does it say fall on their website? I thought,
It's like every other.
yeah, nobody wants to commit to a time frame. It's, as I warned, they're always messy in terms of the bollards and the, how much safety they have to do around the work zones and stuff. Actually making some progress.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen much worse. So
They're moving a lot faster than they did in Newport.
I'm a little surprised. So maybe if they keep this up, we're going to be okay. But hang in there.
And did they put whatever that blue thing is in front of all the storm drains, did they do that
to keep stuff from washing into the, okay.
Yeah, this is a typical construction,
Yeah.
catch sediment and.
Okay,
debris
that's
and
what I
stuff.
thought. Okay,
Blue 2x6.
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. I'd like to start with our updates.
I can go.
All right.
Right. Community cleanup, our first inaugural, was really fun to attend. You probably read in the paper, 130 participants, I think. I put a team of 6 together and we tackled the Sisters State Park, which runs along 126, my favorite property, and was very disappointed to be picking up cigarette butts all along that highway. We found a credit card, which we all used afterwards for lunch. And, but we picked up a significant amount of trash. I think accidents happen there, and then people just drag the bumper part over into the forest and throw it in there. We were picking up car parts, and anyway, I thought it was really successful. The next day, drove by and saw somebody threw a paper cup on the street. I was like, no, we just cleaned it. But I'm looking forward to that again next year, and I hope it can keep going. I filled in for Jennifer at COACT for the transportation group, and they picked the top 5 projects for our capital improvement plan in our area. And needless to say, those top 5 are along Highway 97 because of the danger and number of accidents and fatalities that happen along Highway 97. Sisters got in there kind of down towards Project 50. I don't even think ODOT will get beyond the top 5, but for our third roundabout, excuse me, and the US 20 safety concerns through town. I attended the LOC communications training, forwarded materials to anybody who didn't go to that. Really good training if you ever get an opportunity. I really enjoyed it. Thought it was very helpful. Councilor Ross and I met with Carrie and Jordan on the council rules. We're still working on the city council rules. We'll meet again in June, making progress there.
Moving along.
Yeah, and then I attended the CEDS steering committee. That's the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy team representing for Sisters, and heard about the governor's prosperity roadmap. We did an overview on that. Some of the emerging action items coming out of there and areas of focus in regards to economic development for Central Oregon are around travel and tourism, local food systems, and Central Oregon Innovation Hub. So we'll be meeting again in July on that.
You covered everything for me, except we did a different area. We did the fence line along 242. It was very interesting. Lots of very odd and interesting little things there. Thousands of cigarette butts and an equal number of Q-tips. We've already had that discussion. Yeah, it was just bizarre. Anyway, we didn't find any bumpers, which is good, but lots of Slurpee cups and icy cups and McDonald's stuff. So that's where people go and snack. So.
And the can's kind of overflowing too.
Oh, the cans were both overflowing, and the lid was ajar on one, so clearly somebody had pulled the lid up and shoved a bag of household garbage or something down in it.
Are we paying for that? Is that part of our
And
downtown deal?
I shoved everything in best I could with my little poker, but the can was very full. So that kind of gets back to, and in fact, the picture, the one that they had in the Nugget was along that 242 stretch of road.
So, the ones along 242, that was, I believe, a pilot, 4 or 5 years ago that we deployed those as kind of a trial. I think, Pole Creek Ranch sort of asked about it. I think we knew at the time this would be one of the, challenges would be people using it for more than just a coffee cup or something. It's emptying your car out or household garbage going in there.
I will say that there were a lot of drink cups and stuff that people tried to put in there and they couldn't get in. So it wasn't like they just pitched it on the ground, although there were some on the other side of the fence. I got what I could. I wasn't climbing over an electric fence to get the rest. So
Those of us with teenagers
shock me.
know who's doing a lot of that. But it's also, tourists like to sit there too. I mean, it's a beautiful spot to take a photo, right?
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I have. The Parks Committee is not meeting right now. We haven't got anything really to talk about until we move forward, so. And I don't think we have anything on the agenda coming up, do we, Scott? Good. Yeah, we'd ask for that to happen, to help, kind of their funding strategy and how it works. Because I think a lot of people don't understand that, including people on our Parks Board. And why, when they ask, why can't the Park District do that, there's a reason. So that's where we are.
Great. Again, I also helped out and participated with the Solve cleanup, and that was a lot of fun. I was downtown. Surprise, cigarette butts and mulch and dry grasses. So again, just a little terrifying, coming into fire season to see that. So, but yeah, it was a really fun event. So looking forward to helping organize that next year.
Jennifer, I just wanted to add to what you're saying, because you mentioned to me finding areas of cigarette butts that were pretty contained, like,
oh, that's right,
consistently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh, yeah.
we can get some cigarette receptacles or something.
I was finding a lot of cigarette butts next to benches.
Yep.
Some were kind of there, some were hidden, shoved down into the grass, and but there was one bench that had one of those plastic things that can sit on the sidewalk, probably have sand in the bottom so they don't fly away, and they have a little hole in the top so you can stick your cigarette butt in it. It goes down into the sand. I'm assuming the adjacent business owner probably put that out there, but found very few cigarette butts behind that bench. So I'm not scientific, but close enough that it could work.
Something that we were talking about as we were picking up cigarette butts is that most modern cars do not have an ashtray. So you sit out there in your newer car and you smoke, what are you going to do with the butt?
Yeah, goes in the street.
Folgers can is what we used to, no.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, there's a lot in the street too, so that's a good point, it's
Either that or
not a lot in the
Budweiser can.
street.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just thought
Oh,
that was
no.
a really good point you
No.
made when you spoke with me about that.
Yeah, so it's something to chew on. Is that making sense, Jordan? We can talk about it later.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Let's see, did the Civic Leadership Academy kick off, so that was fun. Yeah, I'll vouch for it. It's a really great group
I'm on deck.
people, so excited for everybody participating. Vision implementation team, yes, talked about just everybody's kind of roles before, during, and after flat fire, to kind of use that as a framework and how to improve on that for the community. On Friday, the Oregon Wildfire Policy Advisory Council held their first fully in-person meeting in Sisters, and did a couple-hour meeting at the regular meeting at the community hall, and then they did a tour of the flat fire. There's people from Fire Marshal and ODF and U.S. Forest Service and BLM and Oregon DEQ and the governor's office and a lot of players there. It was really interesting. Martin and I did a quick presentation on our process of that we went through last year for adopting code, and Peter Gutowski, the planner from Deschutes County, was also there to speak about the county side of that and their continuing process and their considerations, and how us doing it in a small town is a lot different than them adopting things in a large spread out county. So it's not apples to apples, but great conversation. Got to meet a lot of people on that group, so that was, and just happy to host them. So appreciate the governor's office and that committee of organizing that here. I know they all stayed the night before, so I didn't know that until kind of afterwards, but
They came in fresh.
Yeah, and so they stayed in hotels and spent some money in town. So
Horrible place to have to come.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
that's why
It was like everybody. It was so weird. Everybody attended. I don't know. Yeah, it was
There were a lot of
place to
Did you
come.
say it was on a Friday? What?
Yeah, it was even on a Friday. Yeah. And then I was gonna miss last meeting. Apologize for that. I had a great time. Callan Klein and I from C4C presented at the British Columbia Fire Smart Wildfire, oh my God, Wildfire Resiliency and Training Summit. Don't want to offend anybody, so.
You have to put A at the end.
Yeah, A. And, oh, it's so hard not to giggle when you hear that all the time, or sorry. But that was a great time. You know, BC, Alberta has all the same problems we have down here, so it was a really great opportunity to meet some people and talk about, you know, similarities and what they're doing, what we're doing. Got to talk about sisters and, you know, plug it a little bit. A lot of people were saying, a lot of people knew the Oregon coast, a lot of Canadians, some new bands, a couple knew where Sisters was, but people were saying, wow, it sounds like a beautiful place, so hopefully we sucked in some visitors. And just want to say that on May 7th, because we won't have a meeting until after that, Deschutes County Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee will be having their annual Sisters meeting here at City Hall, 12 to 1:30. And I think Jackson and I'll, yeah, is presenting.
What?
Yeah. The Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, yes, okay.
That's the same day as the planning commission. Except, yeah.
Okay. And it's a public meeting, so anybody's welcome to come. And also, Sisters Trail Alliance will also do a short presentation as well. So really just trying to highlight what's going on in this corner of the county. So if you want to attend, you are more than welcome to, or if you know anybody in town that are interested in that, it'll be right here. Right here. So May 7th, 12 to 1:30, and that's it. Thank you.
So you can spend all afternoon here.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I leave.
Bring lunch,
Yep.
just like today.
That's right. Lupper. Today was Lupper. Let's see. Already talked about the PWAB. That was a great meeting. Love our boards. I mean, really, that's what they're there for. They're amazing. And I'm really glad for that structure to have the board feed into our thought processes. I won't budget 101 meeting. I'll be, don't be jealous, at the Land Trust Practicum down at Five Pines. So be having fun down there with the Habitat for Humanity of Oregon and a bunch of housing nerds. Sweet. Let's see. Scott and I met with Lynn McConnell from Housing Works, which is our HUD organization, and she was the former housing director at Bend. We did kind of a lessons learned for affordable housing, the affordable housing topic in relation to like annexation policy. So that was actually for me a really good learning conversation and kind of gave me different perspective on how to look at certain things. I'll be bringing that to some of the meetings. And then we're working on setting up a meeting with Clayton Crowhurst to have the same discussion. It's apparent that we need to have our heads on about rental and ownership differences when we're talking about affordable housing with developers. And also, I wanted to ask, I'd ask the mayor, did anybody else get an email? I just want to do a response. Someone had emailed me about a NAMI proclamation, mental health proclamation. Was I the only one that received that? Okay, I will respond and take care of that. Okay.
Take care of it.
Well, I want to make sure somebody responds to this gentleman.
Right.
And wanted to make sure that he didn't get 5. That's all. Okay, great. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you again, Scott. I got a couple nuggets for you for the Dark Skies marketing. Sisters, where the dark skies are the stars. Oh.
Yeah.
Or how about Sisters is looking up? I don't know. Anyway, last week I had a.
You're not sleeping at night, are you?
Or
I
sisters,
started at 3:30 this morning, 17-hour day. I'm tired.
sisters, we're in the dark.
Yeah, we are in the dark in a lot of ways. Had a skateboarding meeting. Eric did a great thing. We had SBA come on and present to us, and kind of had some discussions about how traded sector and retail come together in smaller towns like Sisters, and that Eric is doing a good job about crossing those divides, because small businesses and larger businesses have the same issues with employees, childcare, housing, healthcare, you name it. It crosses all of it, and here in Sisters, we like to talk about it, so, and get together and talk about it. So that was a great meeting. Over in the Woodlands is where we usually meet, in the model home. Kind of nice to go in and be in a nice, clean, new place. So had a PC meeting last week as well on Thursday. They were looking at some code. So I kind of mentioned about how we had talked about annexation policies, and that we were actually looking forward to having them in a joint meeting, and that I made sure that I told them what I heard from you, I think, maybe, about let's let them lead a little bit and let them do a lot of the talking, and kind of, because we already kind of know what we think. We need to know what they think. So I thought that was a good thing, and I just wanted to pass that information on so they had good expectations about the meeting. I did CLA this Monday. You were there last week, and I agree, great people. Found out one of them lives across the street from me. How fun is that? And, I just kind of talked to them about, just general sister stuff, and they all were like really nice and asked good questions, and I don't know how it went after I left, but I hope it was fine. I know he was talking, so I don't know. I had a Zoom meeting with the EDCO Regional Board's Executive Committee to present them a draft copy of our ideas about the Revenue Task Force ideas to create more revenue for EDCO. And went really well, but I did it in a parking lot in Bend in the Bronco, and it was not easy. When I parked, the wheel was sideways, so I couldn't even put my phone on the steering wheel. So, I had to put it in the middle, and I'm leaning over and all that stuff. But it was good.
Things we do for.
Right.
I know.
I told them I had 9:15 to 9:30. I got on at 9:16. I went to 9:30, and I did a sentence, and I said, gotta go. And I had another meeting to go to. So. And then, again, thank you for allowing me to go to LOC. I'm looking forward to working with Matt Martin tomorrow in his presentation. He was kind of excited that I was going to be there, because he said I might ask a question or two of you. I think it's good that one of us is there, and just doing it. And so that's at 10:45 tomorrow morning. So I have a 4-hour drive to Pendleton before that.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get up at 4, and just go early and stop for breakfast somewhere, and don't try and rush it, because that's when you make mistakes. Right? So.
Can you talk about what else you're doing there?
Not yet.
No, we can't? Okay.
No.
Right. No, you're going to visit.
I'll give you a.
You're going to go out and eat.
You got to go to the Aviation Museum.
There's a luncheon Friday. It's really cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a luncheon
Well,
Friday. Because I'm going to LOC, if there's anything, there's people there that I know everybody knows somebody. If there's anything you want me to do, or meet with somebody, or give somebody a note, or, whatever, I will do it. One of the things that I wrote down that I might just kind of ask around a little bit to some of my smaller city ex-mayor friend people, maybe just ask them about safe parking. What are you doing? You got anything? You got a tidbit for me? Because we're looking into it, and it'd be great if you had anything. And just find out what cities of our size are doing. So I wrote that down so I can ask people over the next couple of days, and maybe I can get something. I don't know. And that's it. I'm going home and going to bed.
Just one quick thing I forgot to mention. I went to Box Kill. I think everybody else here has been there. If you haven't been,
We're going Friday.
take the time to go.
Nice young men.
And not only nice, but extremely brilliant.
Oh, totally. I've known those two for quite a long time. So.
All right.
And they are nice young men.
Well, with that, I wish everybody a happy Earth Day, and this meeting is adjourned.
And Arbor Day, too.
I had fun going. I had fun going into the.
Not you.
Yeah.
You guys banished me to Pendleton.
Plant a tree in your honor.
Yeah.